Whew. Also, that volcano's not erupting. Sad. I mean, it wasn't really a rant. I would describe that more as a ramble. But on the topic of rambling, let's go ramble over Dwarf Fortress. The year 313 of the Absolute Realm, Longdeath, continues here. What were we working on? I'm going to need to remind myself. Right, yeah, we're still burning stuff. So last time we played Longdeath, we had a mild mental breakdown and memorialized everything with 2 names. So now we have all of these memorials. Everything with 2 names that didn't already have a coffin. So now we have all of these memorials to like random forgotten beasts and things, because I became convinced, and still am, that there are invisible ghosts in Dwarf Fortress that don't actually affect your dwarves, but do affect your visitors. And the issue that we were running into was humans would arrive to trade and have the same combat stances as you normally do when you see a ghost. They were getting slammed into walls and tripping frequently, which are 2 things that happen to creatures that get attacked by ghosts. We've already traded with these dwarves, if I remember correctly. So that wasn't good. So we went and we memorialized everything, and hopefully that'll help with the moods, because I've had some issues with moods recently, because we've had outpost liaisons and royal treasurers showing up and immediately tantruming and going berserk and whatnot. And that's been really bad for the long-term mental health of my dwarves. And so we've been trying to fix that. The current dwarves that are alive in the fortress are Pilot, Jack Nurik, Whitcode, Evil Trick, Costlord, Max, Queveneer, VimML, Lumpy, Arch, Cyrilax, Stone, Defcom, Aquafunkalistic Bootywap, Massive, Peter, Tiny Goliath, Free, Jess, Dominok, Taurus, Seeker, Knowles, Abe, Murphist, Caveman Crafting, Gate Nerd, Listless Onion, Authority Denial, Belug, Animal, Patchwork, Corvius, Ghost, Blue Water, LaFonda, Tygo, Radio Free, Olive, the Scoid, and of course, Diamond at the bottom. I mean, that sounds about right. I just mentally disconnected you from the internets because I was talking about dark subjects. It won't allow you to redeem it because someone already has today. It can only be redeemed once per day, so you got to wait till tomorrow. Well, I mean, think about it this way, right, Hoshan? Like, there are people who will say things specifically to be edgy, right? But like, that's also the beauty of language, is you can say a certain thing to have a certain effect on other people's mood. Certain words can cause damage. Certain words can cause damage to people, and a lot of people don't care. And I think the power of those words are used by certain types of people to just kind of show that they don't give a shit because they have no respect for other people, or they want to act as though they have no respect for other people. And I think that one of the beautiful things about language, especially like in a world where we're able to say almost anything that we want within reason, I think that it is quite... I'm trying to think of the correct wording for this. I think that the best thing that we can do as people is to try and figure out how to word things and make them interesting, funny, and entertaining without just going to the equivalent of offending people, right? Like, saying something mean to somebody just for the sake of being mean has no practical use to anybody. It's just a waste of time, right? But if you say something mean to be funny to make people laugh, that's an art form. But just using a word constantly in your normal vocabulary that has incredibly harsh connotations connected to it for the sake of saying it is just immature. You know, like, if you could use a word like triggered and use it in a context that comes across as funny, that makes other people laugh, that's clever wordplay. But if you just use it constantly in your vocabulary, that's just annoying. You know, it's like if you, it's anyway. I don't know. Kind of lost my thread here. So many insults are from genitalia. I mean, people like making fun of people's genitalia.
Been lurking real heavy while at work. Keep it up.
Just don't lurk too heavy or you might fall through the floor. Woe is me. Have a good lurk. Thanks for the 3 months. Welcome back. Dulon says, I am your outpost liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps and what requests do you have of our merchants? We're back in the request all of the metal world. All of the metal. So we can put pedals to the metals. And let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your craft worship. Oh, also, chat, I want to make a pitch to you guys. And this is a little bit of a different pitch, not related to Dwarf Fort. Well, sort of related to Dwarf Fort. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. So, some of you may know my team is running a Vorion server. If you're subscribed to me on Twitch, you can just get access to that game, to that server via the Halcyon Frequency Discord, which can be found by typing in the command HFD. Oh no, Stone's depressed still. I did work on that, although she wants to make merry and pray, so maybe it's best to leave you out of the military for a little bit. Let's just make sure that you go make merry. I've been super duper overworking the dwarves, finishing off the tower and whatnot, so I think we need to give the dwarves a bit of a break. But anyway, I kind of want to make Dwarf Voltron in that game. I want someone to make a dwarf head. I want someone to make a ship that's shaped like a beard, and then I want 2 arms and 2 legs and a body, and then fly into Dwarf Voltron shape. Is that possible? Can we make that happen? We could have like a dwarf pickaxe ship. Anyway, I think we need to try and figure out how to do that. I mean, I have the vast majority of the metal I've gotten, like silver and iron was from the earth because and steel I get from just like mining it, but there's other types of metals that are not available on the map. So like gold, there's no gold on this map. So we have to get that from trade. There's nothing to make brass on this map, so we get it from trade. No, there's tons more I could go dig out. Like iron, I've got tons. I'm just trading for all of them because it's just easier to hold down the button. But the only ones I'm actually trading for are gold, rose gold, and platinum. Like this layer is probably pretty done, but like if I like this layer's got tons. Like all of this yellow engraved stuff, that's all limonite. So if I were to just mine behind all of this, there's tons of iron on this layer. Like, yeah, no, like, there's more iron on this map than we ever will actually need. Man, dealing with these tantrums is tough. Judging from this, Voltron should be possible. We need to make Dwarf Voltron, I'm just saying. Just need to make a giant flying dwarf. But, you know, 300... And how many years are we in? -5. 308 years old in. Yeah, there's more than enough stuff still left. But this is the worst moods have been in Longdeath in like 150 years. And it's literally just because of the tantruming Outpost Liaison and Royal Treasurer that we had. So this is going to take a while to sort out. We may actually have to just expel the problems. I'd really rather not do. Like, I should also probably expel this dwarf. But let's just give you weaving, because that's something you can passively do. 33. Actually, we've got more than that. We have 45, technically. I could go get more. Dwarf population isn't really an issue. Like the cap is 56. We do have 2 couples that are making babies, but I can just go get more merchants if stuff gets bad, so it's not actually that bad. It looks worse than it is. Like we went down to 25 once. I think as long as we have more than 12, we are in the clear, so I'm not worried. Yep. No, you need to have more than 80 dwarves for the goblins to bother you. The goblins actually have bothered us, though, which I think is interesting. Just not in a very, very, very long time. The last time they bothered us, I think, was year 30. You know, very early on, in very young worlds, you can get what are called exploring parties, which are usually just like a group of about 10 to 20 goblins, and they're usually all hunters slash like ranged, the green ranged units, hunters and child snatchers. You really want to think abstractly. So you know what? Let's give you a scholar's job. Go be a scholar. But yeah, they. Uh-oh, that was a little beating right there. Authority denial got beaten. That's either gonna kill you, which actually wouldn't be that bad, or you can go report the crime, which would be much better. Okay, you're fine. Even though your neck got torn open. But you can go report that crime later. But yeah, so it's going to be a lot of dealing with tantrums today. Assuming those are blue jades? Yeah. But yeah, no, if you have more than 20 dwarves, you can get were. I think it's more than 20 dwarves, you can get were creatures. And small land creatures, so like giants. And minotaurs. I like how I said small, but I mean like non-Titan variants, like the non-randomly generated ones. So you can get like giants, minotaurs, that sort of stuff. Ettins. But if you have more than 50, you can get Titans and that. And I don't know what the number for Forgotten Beasts is. That might also be 50. That one might be lower though. But anyway, anything over 50, you can get a lot more stuff. And then at 80, you can get invaded. You'd think, yeah. I mean, talk to Tarn about that. I mean, I've always thought that a lot of the decisions for diplomacy in Dwarf Fortress were bloody strange. Like, a lot of the ways that diplomacy works in DF in general, I think, is very odd. But I mean, we are at war with the Joyous Devil, which is the one goblin group. We are technically at war with them, but no, they don't invade us. But even if they did, I could just lock the doors. Although, could I actually? Nope, they could get into the fort right now if they invaded. Yeah, there's a few spots where I need to make the walls a little more efficient. Why is there a tree right there? Let's actually like hack down some trees up here and extend out this walkway here a bit. Doesn't need to be too much. No, totally, but I personally feel that diplomacy should be a higher priority, especially like for that next patch before the Steam version. Like if there was just a way to like I hate this comparison because it doesn't work, but a lot of people compare Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld, right? And that's the fault of RimWorld using Dwarf Fortress so prominently in its marketing. I have a... There's a Forgotten Beast? What layer? Oh, right, yeah, you. I forgot about you. It's just a blob composed of flame. I keep on thinking that that thing's dead, but it just refuses to die. Anyway, I'm slowly burning the whole caverns down here. But a lot of that is due to the way RimWorld marketed itself. And RimWorld doesn't have a good diplomacy system, but it has a more functional one than Dwarf Fortress does currently. Like, currently the diplomacy in DF takes place primarily during world generation and not during player play. And I think that a lot of people will dislike that system. RimWorld isn't a story generator at all. It's not. It's a survival game, tower defense game, base building game with a little bit of colony management in there. And good morning, Dragomins. Yep, it had a shell and it's now gone. I keep thinking that that thing's dead because it doesn't really move, and I keep forgetting it's there. And sometimes it'll move out of my line of sight for a really long time. It has a habit of sitting in the water and evaporating it all really quickly, which is very funny. Like, it causes entire lakes to evaporate when it sits in it. Who cares? Like, the Dwarves mod in RimWorld is still just RimWorld with the dwarf skin and a higher reliance on alcohol. It's still not Dwarf Fortress. The shell got extinguished by the water. Yeah, I mean, I always would thought that the shells are not composed of flame. Like, that's like a thing that it's carrying. It would be like a creature composed of flame killed a turtle and took the turtle's shell, you know? That's the way I've always imagined it, but maybe I'm wrong. The lava lamp into an aquarium? Sure, but it would also break out of the top of it unless I rebuilt it. And I would also have to let a large chunk of the lava out, and then it could also break into my pump stack layers. And so I don't really have any plans currently of making it into an aquarium at all. It wasn't my plan when I designed the thing, and it's not my plan now. That's something I would have needed to plan for from the beginning. Which I didn't. Unless I wanted to drain the whole thing out. And, I mean, maybe you weren't here, but it actually took 4 streams to fill the thing. So I'd rather not have to fill it again. At least not for 100 years. But yeah, no, Hoshan. That's why I don't like comparing the two games, because they are... Comparing those two games, in my opinion, is, like, false advertising on many levels. On many, many levels. Something that started happening in Longdeath are people answering questions that I had about this fort from like a year ago. Which is kind of funny. Oh no, totally. I mean, that's what I try and explain to people, but a lot of people don't understand that, right? Because the vast majority of people who compare them, I think that there's a large. I'm not trying to knock anybody, and it might sound like I'm knocking people, and if it does sound like I'm knocking people, it just means I'm miswording this. There's a lot of people that really enjoy RimWorld and want to hypothetically enjoy Dwarf Fortress, but can't because of time, fear, lack of desire, lack of interest, or one of a billion reasons, right? So there are people out there that do want to play Dwarf Fortress that only play RimWorld, um, but don't because they're intimidated by it, um, or they for some reason are allergic to ASCII graphics, which I think is silly. But um, I do think that there is a lot of people out there that are intimidated by Dwarf Fortress and don't play it because of that. But for some reason also at the same time feel the need to make themselves sound like they're amazing at video games because people attach their own personal identity way too closely to the games that they play. And I think that they've like RimWorld has just kind of bred this community of people and built this community of people that are obsessed with the concept of Dwarf Fortress knowing very little about it. So, yeah, me too, Stone. Um, so that's where I think all of those comparisons come from. It's people who've played RimWorld but have never played Dwarf Fortress because you almost never see people who play a lot of Dwarf Fortress comparing it to RimWorld. Almost never. Speaking of aquariums, did anybody see that DFAI aquarium that the guy on Reddit made? It's just using all of the DF hack tools that just make DF play itself, and they put it on a very thin screen and like a thing that looks kind of like a terrarium. I suspect a bunch of those people are going to play DF, and I suspect a bunch of those people are going to hate DF. Dragonman. But yes, I mean, we'll see. Because they are expecting a game like RimWorld, which it's not. It's the same people who are also sitting there staring at Dwarf Fortress and going, why do the characters jump around? Why don't they move slowly? Why don't they like just slide from tile to tile? Here's a tip on how to very easily make them slide smoothly from tile to tile. Any decent programmer could do that. It's just easy animation stuffs, yo. It's those people. And those people just make me implant my palm into my forehead. Seems like an annoying light source to have in your house, Tamika. Just me, though. Tarn said that it could theoretically be possible, but extremely unlikely that it'll ever get implemented. In regards to smooth moving, there's a bit I need to section it out into its own video because people like those, but there's a bit about it in one of the interviews he did in one of my streams where he talks about that. It's fine, Lake Bear. Because people are bothered by anything that they think looks old. I mean, like, I know a few streamers who specifically have said that they don't want to play Dwarf Fortress because it looks old. Like, not even, like, that they're against playing games that are old, but it's just, oh, I don't want to play that, it looks old. Saw a really cool dude who was really high and playing DF for 3 or 4 viewers. You're not talking about Cupo, were you? That's not always the case. I've definitely had new people tune into my stream and be almost immediately completely enraptured in like a brief description on the depth of what's going on in Dwarf Fortress. So he is a fucking wizard. This is true, Tamika. Yeah, I think it depends on the person. I don't think it's appealing to a standard mainstream audience, but it's certainly appealing to new people. But it kind of requires like a 30-second primer of what they're looking at. I mean, I know a lot of people who never really paid attention to Dwarf Fortress until I started streaming it, and now they watch me play it every day, so. Also, hi, Diamond. I like the little addition you made to that space station, by the way. I think there's a lot of really interesting tidbits about this sort of stuff in the video that I'm working on. So for those of you who don't support me on Patreon and aren't here very frequently, I'm working on a video for my YouTube channel with the developer of Dungeon Mans. And we recorded an hour and 20-minute long conversation yesterday about Dungeon Mans and then his next project. And we talk about these sorts of things a little bit, you know, about the fact that like Dungeon Mans has big, pretty sprites, but they don't animate at all, right? There's no animations in that game. I mean, like the sprites will bounce around and do crazy things, but like there are no animations in that game. And we talk a bit about that sort of stuff and like how appealing that is to a more mainstream audience versus a less mainstream audience and all that stuff. No, that bewilders me too. I mean, I could understand not wanting to play Arma 3 because that would require you having to play Arma 3, which is why I don't play Arma 3. No, he doesn't stream with a webcam. No. Are you saying that you're sad because you can't find that person's stream again? Cutest? How dare I? I know, shave on me, right? But if you're saying that you just can't find that person's stream again, Cutest, if you go to Twitch and you go to the Dwarf Fortress directory, hold on, just let me pull up the DF directory. If you go to the DF directory and you go to videos, and then you sort by past broadcasts, and then recently published. If this was recent, you should be able to scroll down and just find it. So you should be able to just kind of go through these and just find it if you are having trouble finding it. So if you saw a person streaming DF and you're trying to find them again, you should be able to do that. Oh, it was like half a year ago. Okay, yeah, then I don't know. I thought this was recently. ETA went on YouTube. I should hopefully have the audio done by Friday, because like I said it's an hour and 20 minutes of audio, and I did an hour and a half worth of editing last night, and that got me about 5 to 10 minutes in. I think I'm about 10 minutes in the audio edit. So I should have the audio edit done by Friday, and then that'll just go up on the Patreon for patrons. But the video version, that'll just be in a podcast format, right? But the video version will my deadline is the 1st, so I want to have it up by the 1st. I might put it up a bit before then if I get it done, but I'm giving myself until the 1st of October to get it done. So I think my goal is going to be to premiere it on that day, because that's my day off. So that's hopefully when I'll have it done. It'll probably be pretty close to the, if you've watched it, the video I did on Jupiter Hell, which is the history and making of Jupiter Hell. Yeah, the history and development of Jupiter Hell. I don't think I'll use the exact same titling for that, which is this video, but it'll be around that level of density. There's going to be a lot in that video. The nice thing about Dungeon Mans, though, is Jim has a ton, and I do mean ton, of posts on his blog that he did during the development of that game. And so I have quite literally years worth of old assets, screenshots, video footage, and all that stuff. How did I get the unicorns? Trading with elves. They eventually brought them. I want them to stop using this, so we need to deconstruct this. Nope, don't marker it, just get rid of it. We basically need to get rid of all of these stairs all the way up to here. And then this can just be up, going up to the top here. I want them to use the central staircase. That's hurting my frame rate. But yeah, no, the elves brought them. Also, apparently I need to pee. I will be back in a sec.
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Yeah, the lava tube has indeed been completed. It goes all the way, all the way up to the surface, or right beneath the tavern layer, to right here, and goes all the way down. The pump stack's still running, and I'll explain why in a second. It goes all the way down, 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 all the way down to here. But we are pumping lava up because we are pumping lava into one of the cavern layers. And the reason we are doing that is so that we can clean out the cavern layers. So this cavern layer is getting filled up with lava slowly. Well, maybe not slowly, but it is filling up with lava and cleaning out corpses and stuff that have built up in these cavern layers over the years. And eventually, after this is, we're kind of done with this project of just like burning the caverns. Apologies. Once we're done with that, we're going to make an obsidian farm. But yeah, that's what we're currently working on. So this used to all be water, and now it's just like slowly turning into obsidian. We're just trying to deal with as many of those corpses as possible. God. I hope that I'm done. Stone has slipped into depression. lord. I'm just kind of having a sneezing fit now. Dominok has committed a crime. For fuck's sake. Dear body, please stop that. If I sneeze one more time, I'm gonna go get water.
Woo!
Yeah. It's like, once you start, you just can't stop, Bastet. All right. I have acquired water in the format of mason jar. So that's a lot of water. But I got kind of a, not a funny story, but kind of an amusing story, I guess. What squad are you in? All right, let's get stone training. It's helped you in the past. I went to go vote yesterday morning. It was pretty early in the day. I got there at around 8:39. There wasn't that many people in the lineup. Lineup was pretty short. I ended up waiting in the lineup for about 15 minutes before they let us in the building. And we had specific numbers, and they would call you by your number to go into the building to vote. And every other number except for me and this other guy that were standing in line got called in almost immediately. They're like, "Oh, what's your number?" And they're like, "It's 56. All right, you get to go in." They're like right away, because they had, I think it was 10 different tables indoors, and each table had a number, and you had an associated number with your little voting card, which would let you go in and vote. And because we did our federal elections yesterday. And my number, which was 48, they just didn't call it. They 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 didn't call it. Then another guy arrives, and he's got to go to work. And he's waiting for his number, which is the same number as me. And they didn't call it. They didn't call it. They didn't call it. We're just standing there. We're just like halfway talking about this because we're starting to find this to be kind of amusing, right? And then they're just like, so, yeah, we're waiting for this couple. I mean, not really. This is the way we've done it for years, so it's not literally 1984. It's actually just called good organization. Anyway, we're just waiting to like go in and vote, and except normally you don't need to wait outside. Normally you'd line up indoors, but you know, pandemic, right? There's this wasp. It's buzzing up and down the line because we're all lined up outside, right? And the voting station that I go to is inside of an elementary school. So we're basically like standing outside of this elementary school gym, and there's just this wasp flying up and down this lineup of people, and it's the funniest thing because it's just this line of people just standing there, waiting to hear a number get called out, and just trying to stay in like some sort of semblance of an order. No, I don't hate your jokes. It's just the way we've always done it. But yeah, you're not wrong. That is very. It does sound like 1984. But there's just this fucking wasp just buzzing up and down this this lineup of people. And we're just standing there, and it's just like, all right, it gets like down to this like couple, and they both jump. Eventually, actually, I found out why it took so long for them to call my number specifically and this other guy's number is because there was an elderly couple arguing over who to vote for, which I think is kind of amazing, actually. They held up, like, me by about 20 minutes because they didn't make their decisions before they got there. Uh, so instead, we're just like standing there, like apparently arguing quite loudly about who they were going to put their votes towards, which I think is funny. How you doing today, Beefish? I don't hate all of your jokes. I also didn't hate that one. That one's fine. Just kind of not quite nice. That's just how we do this stuff. I guess 1984 makes it sound like a way worse thing than it actually is, even though it's not. It's just good organization. And during normal times, it's very quick and effective. But like because we all had to line up outside and such, it was actually because normally what it is like you line up in the building, right, and then you can just see which table you need to go to, and then you just line up at the table, and there's no calling of numbers. So normally the way it would work is you'd line up to get in the building, and then once you get into the building, you just walk over to the table and line up behind that table. But because they can't have too many people in the gym... Is it? Really? Anything that's inconvenient 1984? Huh. I had no idea. I don't believe I've ever seen anybody do that before. I mean, I don't know. The most 1984 thing in the world right now is, where did I put my phone? Cell phones. Most 1984 thing is this. Now that I have my government-issued microphone on my desk so that they can listen to me, I can go back to streaming. So you had elections. I hope your government didn't rig it like yours did. I mean, so, depending on which Canadian you ask, they maybe they did. Was we still liberal? It's kind of funny. I got a text from my friend at like 11:30 at night going, "God damn it, we're red again." I'm like, "Yeah," and he's just like, "I don't have enough alcohol." It was just funny. At least I thought that was funny. Not to like, get too wrapped up on boring ass Canadian politics, but because Canadian politics, in the grand scheme of things, especially compared to like American politics, are just kind of mundane and boring. What's happening in the fort right now? A lot of bad moods, but there's a reason for that. We had problems with humans from trade caravans and the outpost liaisons tantruming like crazy, and there was like nothing I could do to keep them calm. And human caravans would arrive and they'd trip and fall, and like the merchants and the guards and the caravans also would get really upset, and it was very difficult to deal with. And then I kind of came to the conclusion, whether this is correct or not, that I think that there are ghosts in this fortress that I can't see, that are part of other factions that don't actually appear and don't give me any notification that they're there, but harass other factions when they show up and visit. I'm convinced of this. So I went and I memorialized every single character that has died in the world with a name, or two names, so anything that is probably an intelligent being. Memorialized all of them, and hopefully, it'll be okay going forward. Rich people just be doing stuff. The record store dude. So Axon is talking about the most recent episode of my podcast, which isn't public yet, but it is available for $1 on my Patreon, which is basically just me and Rhinestone where we talking about music for an hour. So if you want to listen to me ramble about music and other random things, records and stuff that I've been listening to, I have a podcast for that called Audio Tapes and Visual Drugs. There's a link down beneath the stream. Anyway, there was a funny interaction that I talked about on stream a little bit, but also kind of went into detail on with a rich dude just kind of being out of touch and not reading a room. How many people did we have to, like, what's it called? Memorialize? I haven't counted. All of those, all of these. I'm not going to count them. I think it was just these two, though, which were the Outpost Liaison and the Royal Treasurer that died in my fort. Those were the two that I suspect being the ghosts, but I don't know. It seems to have fixed the problem, so now it's just a matter of dealing with all of these crappy moods for the next while, which is rough, so. I don't have conversations in dreams. I just get impaled on things and stabbed in the head and shot and hit by cars in my dreams, so. I'm glad that some people like that show. I really, really wish that podcast had a bigger audience. Because, like, it's mostly just, like, a show for the people who support this stream on Patreon. But, like, I wish that show had a bit of a bigger audience so that I could put ads on the free version and actually pay Rhinestone to take part. But unfortunately, I can't. Stone's just upset about everything. But yeah, there really isn't much going on in the fort right now because we're kind of in between major projects. And being in between major projects just means that we're just trying to recover a lot of things. What was that? Do I still play Blazeball? I kind of, well, it's not, it's Blazeball with an S, not a Z. It's Blazeball. But no, I haven't played Blazeball in a while. The community kind of went a little nuts, and I fell off for like 2 weeks, and the speed at which the lore and stuff goes for that game was a bit too fast. I had a lot of fun for the like 4 or 5 months that I followed it, but I haven't paid attention to or followed it since like early mid 2020. It's been probably about a year and a half since I really paid attention, or probably about a year since I really paid attention to it now. But I don't know. The community for it just started to feel kind of. I don't necessarily mean this in a derogatory way, but it kind of is derogatory. The community for it just started to kind of feel homestucky in not a good way. And anybody who's paid any attention to Homestuck probably knows what I'm talking about. But I'm glad that you like it, Lake Bear. I'm glad that you like it. Continue being blissfully unaware. Life will be much better for you. I just got a very interesting email from Twitch like 2 minutes ago, which I'm just reading real quick. I don't need to give you an analogy, Thesis. You can look it up yourself if you like. Because if you don't know the annoyance that I have with that fandom, then it's not really possible to explain. No, actually, this is the opposite of that hot cup of tea. I mean, my podcast only updates once every, like, 2 months, so... Spell color correctly, and I will. Color is spelled with a U, my friend. I will always give people a hard time for that. Kalur. You know. Anyway, this is an email from Twitch, which I can read. I just wanted to make sure I could read it. Which is, we've reached an agreement with the NMPA. We are excited to announce that we have entered into agreement with the National Music Publishers Association, NMPA, to build a productive partnerships between Twitch and music publishers. As part of this agreement, we want to let you know about a new process that we are creating that is participating in music rights holders can opt in to report certain uses of their music, which is more flexible and forgiving to creators who inadvertently or accidentally use music in their streams. Versus the existing process required under DMCA and similar global laws. At a high level, this new process, which is distinct from the DMCA, focuses on going forward flagrant uses of music and starts with a warning instead of penalties, which is really good. So if you accidentally use music on your stream that you're not supposed to, you just get a warning instead. And now when a participating rights holder reports the use of unauthorized music on the creator's channel, the following will occur. Similar to the DMCA, we have a team that will review reports and check for completeness. Unlike DMCA, Twitch will give creators a chance to course correct by first issuing a warning. They will remove any VODs and clips that contain the unauthorized music from the creator's channel instead of giving you a content strike, which you only get 3 of and then your channel's gone. And if a live stream involves one of several specified flagrant music uses, examples include rebroadcasting music concerts and broadcasting pre-release tracks, Twitch may also issue a warning or penalty depending on the creator's history of that kind of music use. We will have more information to share regarding this in the coming weeks. This new process does not change how music can be used on Twitch. As we've said consistently, it's never okay to include music on your channel unless you've secured the necessary rights or have the authority to do so. Doing so violates the music rights of the creators and runs counter to Twitch's mission of supporting all creators. But we recognize that not all unauthorized music uses merit the same treatment, and it is our hope that we can, as part of our agreements with music rights holders, take a balanced approach that supports creators on Twitch. Thank you for reading. Hey, Grin, what's up? That's actually kind of interesting. What's the catch? I mean, there is no catch from what I've read. It just looks like instead of getting a strike if you accidentally use music, like YouTube, they will just simply, unlike it'll be more like YouTube going forward, where on YouTube, if you use somebody else's music in a video, they monetize the video for you, and They monetize the video for you, and then you can appeal it. And it sounds like the way they're going to do it on Twitch is they're just going to delete the VOD and then and the clip, and then issue you a warning, and like it doesn't actually damage you long term, which I think is way better. So I don't think there is a catch there. I think that's literally just a net positive. Not everything that Twitch does has a negative. I mean, Twitch makes changes and sends out emails and changes things in the back end all the time that are great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fuck, there's 6 depressed dwarves in that one scene. But that one's never tantrumed. You have tantrumed. Was ashamed of dwelling upon throwing something. It's an odd thing to be ashamed of. Alpacas do have wool. But don't worry about embarking with alpacas or animals like that, because you can very easily, like if they're available there, you can very easily import them via trading. can be. So like I wouldn't bother doing that. Also, remember, Jeff Bezos has absolutely no say over Twitch, and also isn't even like the CEO of Amazon anymore. So emails that come from Twitch are coming from Twitch. Twitch operates very independently from Amazon. Everybody likes to meme about that, but that's actually kind of incorrect. Amazon has very little control over Twitch. In fact, in some ways, I think it would be better for Amazon to have more say over Twitch, because then we could get better Amazon integrations for affiliate marketing, and also what's the other thing that I was going to say that I immediately forgot about when I started saying it? Oh, if we could get Amazon Music integration, that would be awesome. That would be great. And just have like a button that you could click if you had Prime, or you could just listen to. That would be wonderful. Nap first, ask questions later. About to play a video game at the moment, which is rare for you, but I mean, what game are you going to play? You should play a game then. Or thrown? Not last. That was the last time I checked. I also haven't thrown up in a while, which is good. The question is, if you can throw up, then what happens if you thrown down? So yeah, I don't know. What, did I knock one of your jokes into the water again, Beefish? It's just not correct, though. Bezos has no control over Twitch. Come on. Little to none. It's like, yeah, it's a meme, but also, false information gets spread through memes, and then people take them as fact based on their face value. In fact, you know, honestly, and this is just me, I really want someone to ask Jeff Bezos about Twitch in an interview, because I would actually be kind of surprised if he'd even heard of it. Based on, like, the way Jeff Bezos acts, I would genuinely be kind of shocked if he knew that Twitch existed. Like, does anybody else ever get that feeling? It's like, some of the things that Bill Gates talks about, it's like, does Bill Gates know that that exists? Eripterus with the 22nd month. That's like a lot of months. That's almost 2 years. Welcome back for another month. How you been? What you been up to? There's no racing this weekend. It makes me sad. I don't get to watch cars go fast this week. At least I don't think. Unless maybe I do, in which case, happy surprise. Maybe I do. Do cars go fast this week? Now I'm going to F1. When's the next Speedy Zoom Zooms? Schedules. Oh no, it is this week. Neat. That's a happy surprise. Oh, but it's the Russian Grand Prix. All right, so there's no racing this week. Is a manny like a nanny? Part-time gardening, though. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, all those big time guys definitely might as well not exist. Yeah, yeah, but Sochi starts at 3 o'clock in the morning in my time zone, so there's no racing this weekend. I'm sorry, cutest. And also, Sochi is and we don't even have any Danny Kvyat doing his best missile interpretation, so... Hey! Thigh-Cut has given birth to a boy! Brand new baby boy! Does anybody want to be a brand new baby boy in the fort? Eripterus, you haven't had a dwarf in like 200 years. Do you want a dwarf? Or we could give it to Vin. Hey. Yeah, instead of like that like go-kart track that they call a racetrack, Tamika. Nah, okay. Yeah, no, there are dwarves, but Vinsati seems to want it, so. Vinsati, what dwarf number is this for you? Vinsati already requested, so. You gotta be on the ball with these things, unless Vin wants to give it up at this point. That's Vin's call. I mean, no one knows that Finland exists, so... Vinsati III is the son of Thigh-Cut, Sense-fenced, and Cog Board-scaled, and is an ardent worshipper of the Spear of Incineration and an ardent worshipper of the Fuchsia. Was born today, which makes him very young indeed. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long...
I am reborn power up crypt pog power UPR.
Yeah, that you have been. Thanks for the 15th month, and welcome back, Vin. Cheers. Well, thanks for gifting all those subs last week. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his very long hair is neatly combed. He has a broad chin, and his cobalt eyes are close set. His somewhat broad ears are somewhat short, and his nose bridge is slightly convex. His hair is ecru, and his skin is sandy taupe. He personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce, and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and dreams of mastering his skill. Feels helping others is an imposition on his time, and very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. Does not enjoy participating in any physical confrontations, and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He is very trusting and is very friendly, and he always tries to say nice things to others, and he can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. He is assertive and can handle stress, and he occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He enjoys the company of others, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Sounds like a dwarf indeed. Welcome, Vin the Third. As Dominok goes on a tantruming spree. Definitely a dwarf, yeah. It's definitely a dwarf. Still waiting for someone to get punched through the window into the lava. It's gonna happen one of these days. This dwarf is doing a thing. Oh, there you go. You punched a merchant. Didn't seem to do much. Gave him 2 bruises. He's probably just gonna go report a crime. Hey, Banana. What up? One point of damage against Dominok. No sentence pending, apparently. Didn't even do enough damage. Oh, 29 days in prison. That's better. Let's see how that goes. Let's follow the captain of the guard and see what the what Dominok thinks of prison. We shall go give this a look-see. You can regular beer now? I mean, you could also just type in the word beer. But yeah, no, I hope that Dungeon Man's video turns out well. And I hope people like it. Because, frankly, it's going to be a lot of work. It's going to be a lot of work and a lot of editing. But I think it'll turn out well by the time it's done. And I'll do it just like the previous interviews I've done where I premiere it on the YouTube channel. Let's just give you a few seconds. See what your takes are on prison. Angry after being confined. Well. Killed a great horned owl. No. I don't know, man. Speaking of, Stone is less stressed. Still stressed, but less stressed. Who's the other stressed dwarf in the squall, right? Abe. I mean, the thing about beer is you can also, you know, use HS Cheers or the beer's emoji or many other different things. Like, just like typing in exclamation point beer is maybe the least interesting way to post beer in the chat. That makes you happy? Well, I'm glad. Glad it makes you happy. There's some rotten food up on the upper level up here. Yeah, sure, but HS Cheers also works. As well as many other languages also work. And also, if you have an emoji button, also works. Also works. I mean, that looks tasty. Beef fish. Not quite a sandwich. I mean, in order for a lot of people to get subscriptions, they need to get gifted subscriptions. And, you know, frankly, if I had this, like, ability to snap my finger and just say that everybody here could just be subbed and I could just get paid for it, but it also wouldn't cost you money, I would probably do it. You know, actually, I was just, like, jumping from random channel to random channel last night. This doesn't have much to do with anything. I was jumping from random channel to random channel last night, And I found a channel that in the last week had somebody who had gifted 750 subscribers. And even with like cheap subs because of like September, that's in like an absurd amount of money. And then one gift of 50? No. Was it charity? I mean, if you consider a streamer charity, then I guess so. No, it definitely wasn't. I mean, here, I screenshotted it because I was like, I was so impressed. I was like, that is the... Actually, sorry, 790, not 750. I didn't, like, screenshot the actual streamer itself, but... In weekly cheers. This was yesterday. I'm like, good lord. It's absurd. That's like 3,000 US. Yeah, no, it is like $3,000. It's a lot of money. The most amazing part was that channel was an affiliate too, so it's not like they unlock emotes. Like, it's like blows my mind when I see stuff like that. I mean, they probably did, but my guessing is it was probably sets of 100. Or you can do custom numbers. That's another thing that you can do. So if someone were to gift subs, they could theoretically gift probably like all of that. And, although Twitch does cut you off at a certain amount, like there's only like you can only spend X amount of dollars through Twitch per transaction. Is it maximum 100? Okay, then they've changed that. I know because there was one time a certain person in this channel gifted 132 subscriptions in one drop. But that was a long time ago. That was like 2018? I think that was 2018. I need to forbid this door so you don't kill yourself, Dwarf. Alright. There we go. That's livestock culled and crap just removed. We can unlock this door and then just let the dwarves relax until training time, basically. I mean, it's funny though because like, uh-oh, authority denial has gone stark raving mad. Which means one of those dwarves finally lost it, which I actually kind of don't mind. This dwarf losing it because they're just going to run around dumping all of their clothing on the ground right now until they have no clothing on anymore, and then they're going to eventually die. Rest in peace, authority denial. This is just a merchant though, so it sucks, but we've got plenty of coffins in the basement. What's the climate in Longdeath? It's pretty temperate. Like it's just like we get snow in the winter and it rains in the spring and we get hot summers. Seems to be pretty temperate. Pretty standard temperate. Someone was flexing. Yeah. Someone was hitting on cute girl streamer, I think. That's it. Also, since I haven't said this enough today, thank you very much to everybody who's tuned into the stream, as per usual. You know, like, there's not very many people who get to have the job I have and play the types of games that I play and do it even remotely sustainably. So thank you for watching this stream, and thanks for, you know, hang out and chilling and doing what you do and chatting and, you know, hanging out. Would I be creeped out if a person who'd never met me IRL gifted 700 subs? I've never had someone do that, so I couldn't tell you. Maybe if they gifted 700 subs and then sent me a DM saying I'll gift 700 more if you send me nudes, that would creep me out. But if someone just randomly gifted 700 subs, I'd be perplexed and concerned about their well-being, but that's about it. Unless it was somebody I knew, in which case then I wouldn't mind. But there was one time when, and this was a number of years ago. This was 2017, I think was when this happened. I could actually look up when this happened. But I think it was 2017. And a particular user popped into my channel from a raid. And I knew that this person was a regular in the person who raided me's stream. And I mentioned at the time, because I think it was Stoned Hobo tuned in, and at the time Stoned Hobo had the pink bit badge, which basically says that you've cheered $300 in bits, right? And, you know, Stoned Hobo's supported the stream over the years. I mean, at that point, it's like, that's why it wouldn't creep me out. It wouldn't bother me. It's just that's what they want to do with their money. Then they can do that with their money, I guess. But anyway, that's an irrelevant discussion. It doesn't really matter. But anyway, this person just pops in, and I mentioned that, like, Hobo popped in, and I said, yeah, because he'd only just earned that badge at the time, and I was like, I'm not used to seeing that pink badge. Like, that is way too high. And this person pops up and says, wait, is that the highest bit badge that you have? Like, is that the highest bit badge for anybody in the stream? And I'm like, yeah, he's the highest. He goes, okay, that's unacceptable. And then proceeds to cheer $500 worth of bits. Then the next day, cheered another 200, which is very strange. And I don't believe I've seen that person since. Literally was just here for one day. Didn't even subscribe. And just cheered, like, $500 in bits. Which to me is still like the most perplexing thing, just purely because no one had done it yet. Like, I have a viewer who's named Thy Eggman, who gave me $1,000 in a single tip at the beginning of last year. But that was right when he moved to a new department and portion of his work. And I know for a fact that he is doing very well financially. And I know for a fact that that was a very small portion of his signing bonus for his new contract. So at that point, like, that's just hands in the air. It's like, yep, nope, thanks, man. Like, you're going to be okay if you give me this. So, Dominoc, I don't know how I'm going to fix your dwarf. Would you hate me if I expelled them? Because I kind of have two options. I could expel this dwarf, or I can let them eventually continue tantruming until they beat themselves to death. I think I should just expel them, because her description, I can't fix this dwarf. I've done everything that I know how to, and I've tried everything. Some doors are just broken and unfixable. Her hair is clean-shaven. Her somewhat tall ears are flattened. Her right ear bears marks of old wounds, including a massive jagged scar. Her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe. Her neck bears massive jagged old wounds, including massive jagged scar. Her right hand bears a massive jagged scar, and her eyes are cobalt. She has more scar than dwarf. So I'm going to send that dwarf away when they come out of prison, because that dwarf tantrums multiple times a season and I can't fix them. Or the date of what? Stone? What, the day that, why can we not fail to remember the date? I may have missed something. Oh, do you remember? 21st of September. Yep. You know, it's funny. Whoosh. Didn't even think about that. Aquasar, what up? Yeah, I saw your name in chat a little earlier. I hope that work's been good. Do you remember 21st of September? I wonder how many people are getting copyright strikes today playing that. So yeah, I'm gonna be booting Dominok out of the fort because I can't deal with that dwarf. No, actually, believe it or not, I did not. Apparently Lumpy injured a bunch of people. Lumpy has no functioning legs though, so. 2 more days in prison. Whereas Lumpy's getting a beating in 57 days. Lumpy actually likes prison, if I remember correctly. Yeah, no, I'll be honest, I haven't really looked at a calendar in the last few days. Stone. Also, Dragon Man thinks I hate it. It's not a duck, it's a fuck. It's a fox duck. So thus it's a fuck. Why do I find that so funny? I'm way too immature to see that image. I mean, or it could be a duck's. Yeah, this is also true. Alrighty. Dominok, I'm gonna send you to Veiled Clasp. You'll do well, Dwarf. You'll do well. Also, in regards to the video on Dungeon Mans that I'm doing, this is what it looks like currently. I posted this in the roguelikes room. This is what it looks like currently. That's all the work I did last night. I still got all that to do. Oh, also this at the end there, but that's all the work I did last night, and this is what I still have to do, editing-wise. That was about an hour and a half of editing, and I need to do another pass on it. Audio editing, it's fun. Then I can actually edit the video. Yeah, I'm 9 minutes and 48 seconds in, according to the timer on that. Also, Beefush, you now officially need to change your name to Beerfush, because you've been bestowed the gift of beer by Aquasar. Aqua, thank you very much for gifting us up to Beefush and being the first person to gift the sub this week. Getting those leaderboards up and running. And for also gifting a sub to Hoshan. I have a thing that I can show you. There's a volcano erupting in the world right now. All the leaderboards are emptying, man. It's that time, because we've passed Sunday. I like volcano streams. There's a lot of people out there who really like what's it called? Spaceship streams. I really like volcano streams. Those are my favorite thing to watch on the internet. Let's see what Lumpy thinks of prison this round. Repentant. That's what we need, is repentant. Oh hey Vuzel. I hope you've been well. But thank you very much for playing Santa Claus, Aqua. And manually selecting people who deserve subs. Because frankly, if I could just flip a switch and give you guys all ad-free viewing, I would. Unfortunately, I can only do that for subscribers, so. I'm sure there's a joke in there somewhere. What, Tiny Goliath thinking about very large numbers? It's a pretty common thing for them to think about, actually. Very large numbers. And Beefish paying it forward and gifting a sub to Grin. Grin, you also have subscription now. Enjoy the stupid skulls and the ad-free viewing. Thanks, Beef. And apologies for taking your jokes too literally sometimes. I sometimes have this like lack of a superpower, I guess, of detecting stuff. That emote's really good. Shoutouts to Cooler. Cooler_SK did all of the dwarfs. I think this one's really good, personally. And Banana Unlimited gifting 5. Including to Wikipedia and Tatanka. Tatanka's an old friend of mine. There's a few names in there I know. That's actually Tatanka's 23rd sub. So he's 3 months in. He just needs one more gift and then that's 2 years. It always has been, yeah. Thank you very much for the 5-pack. Cheers. The Hail Hydrate, I guess. You still don't know what those do? They unlock emotes. Currently, they are dog emotes. Yeah, they give hype emotes, which are permanent. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, Wikipedia. Or Wikipedia? Wikipedia? I'm not actually sure how you're supposed to pronounce that. Yeah, different emotes are available depending on the level, but this is the best one. I think Hype Creep's still available, but it's kind of like emote loot boxes. So odds are pretty good that you won't get the ones that you actually want. But the actual thing that hype trains do is they make it harder to tell how much money you've spent during a hype train. So don't fall too deep into Twitch's money grabbing shenanigans, and make sure you don't do things that you can't afford because there's a hype train happening. That being said, it's also a pretty good reminder to say, hey, streamer needs to eat food. So, thanks for the grocery money, guys. A few random forbidden gems here. Let's unforbid those gems. We haven't made a good fort yet? Gotcha. This fort's kind of hard to absorb knowledge from just because it's been running for so long. But I do have another fort that I've just started, which hasn't started going up on YouTube yet, called Reign of Terror, which I do on weekends. It is indeed a hype spotter. It's hype creep. You were under on your grocery budget? Hell yeah. Well, thanks for gifting the 5-pack out. We're up to, I need to actually... I'm like, actually, this is the first time I've been past halfway towards a new emote unlock. In order to unlock an emote right now, I need 700 sub points, right? And currently we have, it actually says how many we have if you click on the gift a sub button or subscribe button. But I need 700 sub points to unlock an emote, and currently we have 440. This is the closest we've been to unlocking an emote in like a year. 2 years even? Maybe? So... Also, Volcano. So fucking good. I'm making golden wheelbarrows because posh. Where you can get population building, but you haven't sorted out being comfortable with equipping and inevitably defeating. I mean, This is not a military focused fort, so we don't really do any of the combat stuff. We're just basically trading and trying to keep the fort alive because this fort's been running for 308 years, almost 309 years. So this fort is very old, but it's not super combat focused. It's more just trying to keep the dwarves from killing each other, the fort. Also, this is a faraway shot of the volcano. It's kind of intense. They've had to evacuate the island. That's scary. But guys, thanks for the 8 subs on the little hype train. And that's the emote that you unlocked. Hype shame. It's shame for not, I don't know, throwing more money at it. Or something. And springtime has arrived, so anybody of old age could keel over and die. But all that being said, Wikipedia, if you do have like just normal DF questions, I can give you descriptions and assistance, even though this is not the most violence-based fort. But it's kind of funny. I had somebody comment on Reign of Terror, which is my new fort that I started over the weekend, and I had somebody comment on day 2 that it's like, man, it's incredible how quickly you built up a pretty advanced fort. It's like, I'm so used to you playing super slowly. It's like, I'm good at Dwarf Fortress when I put my mind to it. Only if they carry the wheelbarrow. If they're just pushing it, it'll get some momentum going and it'll roll pretty nicely, I would think. Doesn't look like anybody died of old age. But an annual tribute from Basti Jismak, a.k.a. Apap Algothem, has arrived. Scared Cook. They only die of old age on the 1st of every year. So if they're going to die of natural causes, it only happens on the 1st of spring. If, like, they die of violence or trauma or an infection, they can die whenever. And they don't do that half the time in this fort. Death's actually pretty rare in this fort. It's usually because somebody beat somebody else to death. That looks like a crutch that human's carrying. Raven blood. Now that's something that you'd use for some satanic ritual. We need 2 quarts of raven blood. Pour it on the pentagram and then put a candle on it. And then we need 700 fingernails and a tooth of a wolf. And then you sacrifice the goat and let it bleed on the already pile of gunk, and then you have a mess to clean up tomorrow morning and nothing interesting happens, just like most magic spells. Oh, the comment was about carrying wheelbarrows? Yeah, no. Yeah, absolutely. Carrying the wheelbarrows is going to be good for strength training, which is when they do that. There we go. This has been a net positive for Lumpy so far. How much longer is Lumpy going to be in prison? 33 days. Hopefully Lumpy's just no longer stressed when they're done with prison, which would be great. For the Grand Cemetery? What, like waiting for things to die? On a raised cigarette? A live goat or a dead goat? I like that we now have this book called Kade Machine Hollow Problems and Solutions, which is literally like the King's life story. I do like that we just have the King's life story in book format now. Also, because a lot of people have asked me, tomorrow we're going to be playing that city builder game where you play as the beavers, Timberborn. That's the plan for tomorrow. We might also do Longdeath if there's time, but it depends on how much that game does or doesn't grab me. So we might also skip records tomorrow morning because I do have a bounty for it. So we're just going to start maybe a little early tomorrow morning and do the bounty and play that. And then after that, I don't know, I'll either switch to Longdeath or just keep playing that game. I mean, as long as your dwarves can't see it or don't constantly have to walk past it, they won't care if there's a dead goat somewhere. What, the city builder where you play as beavers? I mean, it's literally a city builder where you play as beavers. And people seem to really like it, so I'm curious to try it. I like a good city builder every now and again. Look, it's a city builder, but you literally play as Canadians. I mean, beavers. So I need to find a good punny beaver title. Yeah, and it has like multiple levels and you can build on top of stuff. So I don't know, it looks like fun. Looks like a fun little town builder. So we're gonna play some of that. The maple sugar factory. You know, I'm gonna go on a limb here and say that do beavers eat maple sugar? I feel like beavers more likely would just want to eat wood chips, right? Finally playing the damn game. It's about damn time for this damn beaver game, eh? Or something. I don't know. I'll come up with something. Ooh, shiny. But yeah. Why is the beaver game blowing up? Because it's good, supposedly. They ran a couple betas and people really liked it, and it's still running, so. And the entire stream just Canada. Actual Canadian plays game about very Canadian Canadians doing Canada things. Damn it. Something like that. Canada Simulator 2021. No. That's incorrect because Canada Simulator 2021 is the Long Dark. Like that's just Canadian Commute Simulator, the Long Dark. Especially considering the Long Dark is a Canadian video game made by a studio that's over on Vancouver Island, so set the stream to IRLs. Now see that I can't do. So you guys are reminding me of Spin Tire's Mud Runner because there's a scenario and like single player mission in Spin Tire's Mud Runner called Drive to Grandma's House, where you just have to drive the shittiest car in the game through some kind of bumpy roads without like bouncing off the road with a fridge on the top of it. It's like the shittiest, tiniest, crappiest little crud car in the entire game, and you have to drive for like 5 minutes in a straight line without crashing with a fridge on top of it. That's just Russian Commute Simulator. Feels anxious after dwelling upon discussing disease classifications. All right, well, being a scholar ain't for you. Total War Canada would just be a video of somebody burning the White House down. It's like, realistically. Also, seriously, this is pretty. Seriously, though, look at that. Honestly, discovering volcano live streams is the best thing that I did in 2020. I was discovering that there's people who just, like, stream volcanoes. That's honestly the best thing I discovered in 2020. And the elves have arrived to trade. It's, again, a very small caravan. Although there's 3 of them this time. Versus the 2s that they've been sending for a while. Just showed it up and like painted it green. I mean, yeah, I guess. Hold on, I'll be back in a sec. Sorry, just had to check my blood sugar. Did the 1812 White House look like the current one? I think that, didn't they just reconstruct it like as it was? I thought they did. Also, wasn't it like not white previously? Or like wasn't as white? Like they very much whitewashed it after that? Type 1. Got some weird ass receipt to something called The Fun Never Ends and it confused you. That's what happens when you gift subs to me. It's my life. It's also why I got up at 5:50 in the morning to go get a blood test done yesterday. Then went and got deviled eggs from a local diner. I was like the only person. It was me and then like these 2 guys at the far corner of the diner just like having coffee, wearing suits. Nope. That was definite. If you subscribe to me or gift a sub in my channel, you will receive receipts about the fun never ending. Yeah. They did indeed confirm that I still have blood, yes. Although I think I could confirm that in like 10 seconds with a pen and some ambition. So I'm not certain I need to go to a lab to get that done. Not certain of that. Yeah, no, I was only diagnosed in 2020. Can be. I don't know how much you know about this shit, but you had the tact to know the difference between type 1 and type 2, I suppose, so. If you go to my YouTube channel and you go to the community tab and you scroll back, there's the first community post I ever did was like 10 hours after I got dumped into the hospital, and I was just like, yeah, I don't know what I'm uploading again because they won't let me leave. type 1, and I got diagnosed at right before I turned 26. So, yes. And it took them 2 days to figure out that I had type 1 diabetes and not testicular cancer, which was their initial thought. So, not sure how they confused the two. But, like, I figured out that I had type 1 diabetes initially, before they did. And they're like, well, we can't be certain. I'm like, I'm hyperglycemic. Give me insulin. That's all I need. And they're like, yeah, well, you also lost, it was like 80 pounds in 6 months. And believe it or not, if you lose a lot of weight in a really short period of time, it does all sorts of shitty things to your bowels and your gut. Because I went from being basically from about 100 and, well, not 80 pounds. I went from being about 145 pounds down to being about 108. So I lost like 30% of my body weight in 6 months. And they were just like, well, you see, rapid weight loss is a sign of like very many things, including like testicular cancer and a bunch of other things. And I'm like, okay, well, like literally with Google searches on my phone, I was able to disprove literally every single one of the things that they were suggesting. What, on my YouTube channel? I mean, no, there's a lot. Like, it's kind of funny. If you go back, like, 4 years on my YouTube channel, you can see me, like, pre, and then you can see me right before, and then you can see me post-diabetes. It is kind of morbid. You're not wrong. Authority denial finally died of insanity. So we can get that dwarf buried. Sweet. And looks like Gate Nerd's going to go do the honors. That's unfortunate, but is what it is. No, type 1's just rare. Type 1's just rare. Also, type 1 diabetes is also known as juvenile diabetes because most people who come down with it with it very early in life. Because, like, it's an autoimmune disorder, right? It's, your body decides to just, like, wreck your pancreas, basically. And, like, decides to stop operating correctly. And generally when people come down with it, they come down with it, like, before the age of 12. Like, my little sister got it at, like, 9. But, yeah, it is rare, so most doctors, like, haven't seen it. Ironically, it took me, like, 30 minutes to confirm and convince them that, no, I don't have a head injury as well, because, like, my pupils aren't the same size. Like, if you just look at my eyes, they're not the same size. And every single doctor I spoke with was just like, did you hit your head? No. Are you sure? Yes. Stop asking me if I hit my head. No, I did not hit my head. Oh, absolutely, Squag. I know. But, like, I was as understanding as I could be for the first 2 days, but by day 3 of sitting in a bed with only my phone for entertainment, and yeah, I got pretty frustrated. No, that would be me asking the doctor that. It's like, no, but I could hit you in the head. Actually, maybe that would be a bad thing to say to the doctor. Also, like, I was in the hospital during the, like, height of the pandemic too, which is actually kind of funny because I can be like, yeah, I was in the hospital during the pandemic, during the worst parts of it too, but not because of the pandemic. Yes, they have medical history, but just because somebody comes up to you and looks at you doesn't mean they've looked at your medical history before they look at you. You know? And there was a lot of instances of, like, nurses looking at me and asking if I got hit in the head. I had that happen, like, a dozen times in my time in hospital. But rest in peace to that dwarf. How's Lump doing? Lump is no longer depressed. We'll see how long it lasts, but nothing like a good prison sentence. Oh, I absolutely did. I absolutely did. I had such a well-rehearsed story by the end of being in hospital. It's like my older sister's a pharmacy tech and my little sister's a type 1 diabetic. It's like I'm pretty sure I know what I have. But can't really blame them. There was a pandemic going on, so. It was like May 2020. That's when I got diagnosed. So, although I probably actually started coming down with symptoms like early 2019 because it takes a long time for them to ramp up. And after like figuring out what the symptoms were, yeah, I started getting symptoms like early 2019. Which is also, like, in my theory, partially why I got so fucking cranky on stream for a good, like, half a year there. Your sister had some miscarriages and a stillborn before going in for her first successful pregnancy, and the doctor that met her opened up with, is this your first? I mean, I think it depends on the situation, right? Like, if you've just been admitted into hospital and it's a doctor who hasn't seen you before, they're not necessarily going to have time to go and read your whole medical history as they're going from patient to patient to patient to patient to patient. So, to me, it makes sense. It's just logical. There, unfortunately, isn't enough doctors. So, to me, that makes sense. But I don't know if that's necessarily a fault of the doctor or a fault of just the way the medical system works and the lack of doctors. But I'm also not a doctor, so what the fuck do I know? Get prescribed pills? Fucking hate pills, man. Oh, jeez. Well, I can stop deconstructing those stairs now because dwarves are starting to fall finally. Yeah, but you're capable of crushing them and putting them in water, which you can do with most pills. It sucks, but it makes the water taste all nasty, but you can do it. Trust me, I when I was younger, I got really bad strep throat for a bit. I actually got it a couple of times, but one of the worst rounds of strep throat, I couldn't actually swallow the pills just because of how inflamed my throat was. And so what I would do is I would literally crush them and pour them in a cup of water, shake the water up and drink it that way in like a shot glass because like I couldn't actually drink it or take them because I couldn't make your water all bitter. I mean, yeah, but like if you can't physically swallow a pill, you got to do what you got to do, you know what I mean? Drink them in Coke and add some Mentos. That sounds like a really good plan. We'll get right on that. Also, what's up, Sonic? Depends on how big the capsule are. Sometimes capsules are bigger, and if size is the problem... This is going to sound really dirty out of context. If size is the problem, then swallowing is still difficult. We haven't had a migrant since the year 120-ish. You stop getting migrants after there is... okay, so there's a memory bug in DF where you stop getting migrants after you have 3,000 dead and missing. Yeah, we're a little bit above that number. So we haven't had a migrant in hundreds of years. Slightly above the 3,000 dead, yep. Just slightly. I've never taken Mucinex. I like. Oh, hold on a second. I don't know what's. I don't know what I like more about that sentence, Axon. That Mucinex are fucking horse pills that taste like a Nintendo Switch cartridge. I don't know what's better about that sentence. The fact that you're talking about horse pills, or the fact that you have the experience to compare them to a Nintendo Switch cartridge. The fact that you can compare them to a Nintendo Switch cartridge is really funny to me. I feel like I might be the only adult on Earth that hasn't licked a Nintendo Switch cartridge yet. Yeah, I've never taken Mucinex. An issue, a grievance with the Mountain Home? No, we're not the Mountain Home. We don't have enough dwarves to be the Mountain Home. We are technically just a village, which is why the goblins don't attack us. The Mountain Home is this. Trumpet Stroke, which has 75 dwarves in it right now. Oh, I'm well aware. I'm well aware, Banana Unlimited. Like, I remember that marketing and all of that shit. But saying that they taste terrible so that children never put them in their mouths just makes every adult on Earth, the first thing they do when they get a Nintendo Switch is they lick it. It's literally what it is. But I just think it's funny that, and no shit, Axon, I just think it's funny that so many people use that like as a frame of reference for things that taste terrible. It's like they taste as bad as a Nintendo Switch cartridge. It's like, why are you tasting a Nintendo Switch cartridge? Why do you know what that tastes like? They taste bad. Okay, you should just leave it at that and then never put it in your fucking mouth. The whole purpose of making them taste like shit is that you don't. So then why do you know what they taste like? What the fuck? Am I not the only person who's perplexed by how stupid people are? It's like, don't punch a glass window. It'll break and cut you. So you don't punch the glass window. Don't put the thing in your mouth. It'll taste bad. So then why do people know what they taste like? Ah! Anyway. You're not supposed to put it in your mouth. I'm missing out. I mean, I've never... You want to know what I'm actually missing out on? The Switch has been out for, what, 4.5 years now? I've never actually touched a Nintendo Switch. In my entire... I've never held one. I've never used one. I've never played a game on one. Not once. Well, I mean, Darwin exists, right? Tuglerf? I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast. You eat pieces of shit? Yeah, basically. Tastes as bad as the time I smashed a window and tried to take the glass shards out of my arm with your mouth. Why did that sentence make my arm hurt? Aqua. Just reading that made my arm hurt. I mean, I'm playing Dwarf Fortress, and I own a PC. Generations of video games don't exist, and next gen is the stupidest like marketing term in existence. I like video games for unique mechanics, not next gen-ness. Means I have empathy? I don't know that much empathy, but I do have some. In yonks? Yonks is a good word. People should use the word yonk more often. Ashamed, dwelling upon starting a fist fight. All right, just don't get depressed again, eh? They'll always be making more. Yankovic. Weird Alley. Weird. It's like a gender bent version of Weird Al. It's Weird Alley Yankovic. You know, I know I've talked about this before, but I wish I actually liked listening to Weird Al Yankovic. His music is so creative, but I get so tired of it so quickly. It's like I can listen to any of his songs once, but the second I have to listen to it a second time, I'm just done. Uh-oh, that's not good. Horrified reliving seeing authority denial die. Weird Al. Then what would the other owls be? If one of them is weird, then what are the other two? Normal Al Yankovic? Isn't that just Al after the show's over? There's plenty of normal Als, they're just not as famous. You know, I think you win. The enigmatic Al and the stoic Al. I mean, I am more of an unimpressed Al myself. This is actually getting like impressive and fun to watch now. There's like houses right here. Like this is like everybody had to evacuate. Like that's like lighting from a city. It's Crypt Cry, I think, is the emote that you're looking for. Damn. Or Crypt D. Yeah, it's Crypt D. Crypt D's nuts! Dwarf is still ashamed after dwelling upon throwing something. Also, is concerned after discussing biography. When you drop one block in the magma pool. I mean, that would be at least two, I think. That or someone put a magma piston in it. You know, it's kind of funny, because I've restreamed volcano streams before because I think they're awesome. But another streamer who I follow, I linked it to him, and he just looks at it for a few seconds because he was streaming at the time because he asked me what the volcano stream was. He just looks at it and he just blurts out loud, he's like, you know, as an American, because he's American, he's like, I'm shocked that we haven't fixed these yet. I was like, what? And he's like, volcanoes, you know, we have all of this technology. We've been on Earth for this long, and we haven't, and we haven't fixed volcanoes yet. And I was just like, what do you mean fixed? He's like, well, you see, like, there are these giant cracks in the earth, right? And they crack open and they shoot lava everywhere, and then we have to evacuate. Like, don't we have, like, a giant cork or something that would just be like, thump, and just, like, plug them? And I'm like, man, I know you're a smart person, but that is one of the dumbest things I've heard anybody say in a minute. He's like, yeah, I know it's a really stupid statement, but, like, I'm just shocked that we still have these. And meanwhile, lo and be fucking hold. I want to know how tall that is right now. That is huge. Holy shit. Yeah, right? Like, we are just puny human. But it is kind of crazy that we haven't fixed them yet. I can't, Banana. I can't. Here, I'll give anybody a link if you guys just want to, like, idle in it. Because it's a really good stream. But we could totally... I love this slide. I need to read it out loud. We could totally plug them. All that would happen is the new Volcano Space Plug program. I will take that comment and just say, like, yes, the volcano would erupt and shoot the plug into space, right? Isn't that a cheaper way of getting to space than, you know, like, launching rockets? Just like drop the thing that we need to launch into space into the volcano. You have to wait for a volcano. Still, it's like discount Tuesday. You know, it's like, oh man, cheap rocket Monday. Fuck yeah, let's fire something into space. Saw Dwarf tell the story of the election of Sparkly 4K to the position of mayor in the Eternal Adventure of Time in the early summer of 192 at the Simple Dinner, and it is interesting. They're learning history about their own fortress. Hey, Lilo son. Bleh. What's up? Only 20? Really? That's pretty, that's pretty... What's funny is I do actually know somebody who works for SpaceX who lurks in this stream. Not quite fitting with the NASA thing, but... If a planet leveraged volcanic activity to shoot payloads at other planets, it's like it's maybe like a moon or something that has a really thin atmosphere but a very active volcanic core. Yeah, there's no links rules. You're allowed to post whatever, but like if you self-promote, I will probably bop it, and if you post something that it breaks Twitch terms of service, you'll never post again. But outside of that, like, links are just fine. If Kerbal Space Program taught you anything, it's being shot directly up into space is not enough to stay in space. Yes, this is true. I'm aware that this probably wouldn't work, but I'm mostly just being goofy. Taurus? Oh. Is Taurus underneath? Where's Taurus? No, Taurus is over here. Huh. 159 years old? Oh man, you're old enough to die of old age. There is actually, like, arguable evidence that SpaceX wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Kerbal Space Program. Elon Musk has said as much on social media. He got so interested in space because he played a video game about shooting little critters into space where you build your own spaceships. Oh, with Bowser's theme in the background? I mean, I won't be able to monetize my VOD if I do that on YouTube, so... Because Nintendo is a bunch of, criminals. If that's the case, we should make a volcano game about feeding the hungry. A video game about feeding the hungry. I mean, isn't that just Farming Simulator? Now I'm like imagining just a kind of like a This War of Mine-esque game. Yeah, I read volcano game because my brain's thinking volcanoes. Now I'm just like imagining something that's kind of like This War of Mine, where, or actually, I mean, you could make a management game about like running a food shelter. You could do that. But I guess like you'd need something a little bit more like you could make like a freight management game about like running a humanitarian group. That could be very interesting. It could be kind of similar in like visual style to something like a Plague Inc., where you just kind of have like a map of the world and like you have to get food shipments to places, and then like fundraise for budget because, you know, charitable organizations need money. Keep people paid while also like shipping food to places that need it. You could do that. You could do that. Would it be interesting enough for Elon Musk to play it? Pfft, nah, he's too busy playing Overwatch and Valorant. Although think about how many city planners got into designing cities because of like SimCity. Holy shit, that's beautiful. Where you need to keep. I'm trying to think. What was the new? I played a game a while ago where you actually need to eat like a varied diet of food. And I'm trying to think what game that was. Hey, Bogtu. What up? How's the things and stuff? Under that volcano has volcano insurance. It's a very small island and they had to evacuate it. I haven't looked too deeply into it. I know that the island's been evacuated. Apparently there's a little news ticker at the bottom of the stream, and they say that they've opened a bank account to centralize donations to those affected by this. So apparently people are probably losing their homes at this beautiful bright color that we are oohing and eyeing at. Because, like, look at all that. Like, good God, it's still going up. There's so much. Was it Zomboid? Do you have to eat specific types of food to have correct? I know that there's like, I think Zomboid has that mechanic, and I have played Zomboid, but it's not, because the game I'm thinking of is a first-person game. I know. Eco. Eco's the game I'm thinking of. Because Eco, if you have a varied diet, you get XP faster. if you have a varied diet of and get all of your essential nutrients, you get XP bonuses. I've never played Scum. Eco's the game I'm thinking of. Stone is throwing a tantrum. Oh no. That's actually really bad. You're trying to fill your water skin while standing on a table. I don't want to know what this dwarf is doing. I mean, to be fair, I've spent literally my entire life in the shadow of a very large dormant volcano, so look up Mount Baker. I used to be able to see it from the house where I grew up. 2 counts of disorderly conduct against Stone while filling up a water skin on a table. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to think about what that dwarf's doing to that water skin. Well, I mean, they're not usually erupting, right? But, like, Iceland is a really good example of a lot of things that volcanoes, or for people who live close to volcanoes, because a lot of that stuff, okay, you get a beating. That's not very good. A lot of places that have constantly erupting volcanoes like Hawaii and Iceland have flows pre-built, so like the lava's never an issue. It's when volcanoes that don't normally erupt that it's a problem. Like hold on, let me look up a picture of Mount Baker for you. This thing. I grew up from a place where I could see this mountain. Although this is from the American side, I think. I could see it from the other side, the Canadian side. People ski on this thing. You know, like, and it's smoldered before, but like it's not at threat of erupting. But if it ever did, it would probably like flatten most of Vancouver. If it, like, every now and again, like, there will be a day where it's like it gets warm, but like it hasn't erupted in hundreds of years. My parents were like earshot from Mount St. Helens when that went off. So, you know, like there's a very real world where if my parents were camping closer to Mount St. Helens, I wouldn't exist. All right, so Stone got that beating. Stone's fine, though. She's super tough. I mean, all of California is supposed to sink into the ocean. Right? Like, literally, we've been predicting that. Like, as long as I've been alive, there have been predictions that there's going to be an earthquake and all of California is going to sink into the ocean. Right? And California has, like, what, 30 million people in one city? Like, there is more people in California than the vast majority of the countries in the world. So, outside of, like, you know, China, obviously. So it's just, it is, like, we are living on a spherical bomb that could just, you know, collapse in on itself at any point. Yeah, and we're making it worse. We're literally poking it. Just wants to practice a martial art. So I'm going to put the Bear Fighters, which is her squad, up in working out mode. What, for, and you can see Mount Baker? Frog for Hire? Have you ever seen Mount Baker smolder? Because I saw it smolder once in my memory. That's just where it heats up a bit and you can like see smoke coming out of it. And I remember the one, or rather, it doesn't smolder. It heats up enough that the water in the top of it melts and then steam comes off of it. We are definitely a lot of consecutively rolled 20s, otherwise we wouldn't exist. Unless you believe in a higher power and a god and all that bullshit. of coolish rock. Oh, no, definitely. Oh, no, that isn't smoke. That's steam. Steam from the volcano. Yes, because the volcano is warm. But, like, I've been told that people swim in the water at the top of that thing, so the warm pools. It's, not terrifying at all. I mean, I showed it on stream a minute ago, Beeflish. There. This. This is what he's talking about. That's the volcano that I could see from the house where I grew up. Mm-hmm. Which are caused by volcanic activity. Okay, so not everybody understands every single reference that you have. And especially people like me where I just avoid memes. So if you reference a thing, I'm not going to know that it's a reference. Also, I can't read mega disaster. To me, that word just looks like Madagascar for some reason. I was reading that repeatedly, and you're in my head trying to figure out what you said, and you wrote I was referring to the mega disaster that Dragon was describing, and I'm just reading. I was referring to the Madagascar Dragon was describing, and I was like, you were referring to the Madagascar Dragon? What is the Madagascar Dragon? I get it, but it took me a second. Having shitty eyes can be entertaining sometimes. Fabled Madagascar. I mean, I've been reading about cryptids a lot recently because it's fun learning about human lore, and I'm very amused by not just the amount and the frequency of this, but the sheer fucking number of dragon sightings in Africa. Like, if you want to fall down a weird rabbit hole, look into dragon sightings in Africa. Because holy shit. People who claim to have seen dragons in Africa. There's a lot of them. A lot of people claim to have seen dragons in Africa. I think that we can start another lava spout now because we're basically all the way up to the wall over there on the right. Yeah. And then up here. It's about as far as we're getting, I think. All right, I think it's time for us to reroute this. And pull this lever and go to the little maze, which is where the on-off switch for the pump stack is, and flip that lever. Then we will reroute the thing. It's a tree. So there's a dragon. There is a Madagascar dragon, and it's a type of tree. I like that. It's a tree, and it's toxic to cats and dogs. Huh. It's a poisonous tree. Bunny Man? I don't believe I have. I've read about Mothman. I've also read about the Owl Man, but I've never read about the Bunny Man. Long story short, I started listening to the entirety of the Chilluminati podcast, which is one of Jesse Cox's podcasts, and it's basically just they talk about true crime and cryptids and that sort of stuff, and I find that shit entertaining. So it's gotten me into reading a lot of that stuff again. It's amusing, silly, and bullshit. But I enjoy it. It's a form of entertainment for me. Seems to be another word for Dracena. Oh, yeah, I know that. I have... Does it look like this? Because I have one. A bit? Okay, because that is a type of Dracena. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I found there's a series of videos on YouTube of a guy who claims that he got attacked and molested by Bigfoot, and then claims to have killed a Bigfoot. I need to pull both of these levers. Then he claims to kill a Bigfoot, and and that he has Bigfoot's head, and it's very clearly made of PVC pipe. Very clearly. Like, extremely clearly made of PVC pipe. Yeah, the I got raped by a Bigfoot guy. It's, you know, yeah, basically, Lump, that's the correct... That's the correct response. It's like, I killed a Bigfoot! And he's like, I got a Bigfoot skull. It's a very well-made prop. Admittedly, like, it's a pretty well-made prop. But it's like... Huh? It's like, that's a weird movie prop you got there. Where'd you get that? The humans have arrived. I mean, like, it's just like a lot of those alien abduction stories where people talk about, like, getting sexually abused by aliens and all that shit is often just people like coping with trauma from actual molestations and stuff. Like a lot of that shit has very much a darker side. So the vast majority of it has a much darker side, actually, if you actually look into it more. So, you know, coping mechanisms are a thing. What, who is the royal treasurer? Because it's changed a few times. I'm curious if it's still the same one. Luthra, it's still Luthra. I mean, UFOs fascinate I like, speaking of Bigfoot, what are your thoughts on UFOs? Speaking of Bigfoot, thing that has nothing to do with Bigfoot. I think that there's a lot of weird shit out there that I can't explain. I'm not one of those people who thinks that there's aliens here right now. I'm also not really one of those people who, like, I don't really subscribe to any of the fan theories, I guess, per se, because I don't really truck with that stuff. I think that stuff's a little silly. Stone is tantruming again. Is toppling things. I hope that Stone can just get a prison sentence so that Stone doesn't kill anybody. I mean, to give you an idea, I see things, right? And it's not even like big, like Like, my bad eye, which we were talking about earlier. I will... Ooh. Who'd you beat up? Beelug! Don't kill Beelug. Stone is actually a very strong military dwarf and could very easily just kill anybody. Somebody go help Beelug, please. Oh, Beelug's dead. Yep. She killed Beelug in the ear pie. Stone, don't do it. Stone did it. Militia captain punches the merchant in the head with her left hand, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. And then proceeds to start throwing clothing. Is still tantruming, too. No, not one punched. Beat him for a while. I think it was 2 pages. Okay, she's no longer tantruming. Holy shit, that's a lot of accounts of disorderly conduct and vandalism. Let's just wait until all of these get... Conjection? What do you mean by conjection? Haggard due to the stresses placed on her. She's one of my military dwarves, which sucks because she's really strong. Euthra says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What request do you have of our merchants? All the metal bars, please. Malfunction? Or what's her issue? She really likes to fight, and gets frustrated when she can't. But recently, training hasn't been doing it. So I don't know. And I've been trying other things, but it doesn't seem to have been doing much. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. 1, 2 counts of 3 counts of vandalism, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 counts of disorderly conduct. No sentence pending just yet. We haven't had time to process it. Oh, fair enough, Bog 2. No counts of murder. I mean, murder isn't a... Well, it is a crime, but that's filed under... Yeah, 57 days in a beating. That is filed under disorderly conduct. Kind of surprised that she got as few days as she did, though. Not as weird as humans in Dwarf Fortress. It is quite disorderly, yeah. It's very much disorder. Oh no. A human tripped. That's what that's my theory of what of the ghosts. Is this. And Zai is a good crumb. Hi, Zycrom. Zycrom, can I ask you a thing that's kind of a secret, but not really a secret? Be like already haunting us? No, he's been he's getting put in a coffin. So, hypothetically, because we did this last year, last year Halcyon Frequency sold those sweaters for Christmas. If we sell little kid sweaters, would you buy a little kid sweater? Because we were discussing whether or not we should do like, because they'll do like children in like toddler sizes of Halcyon Frequency sweaters. Should we do children in toddler sizes? Because like, it's kind of a small pool of people, but like, meh? What do you think? Hypothetically. The human pikeman. I was near a trade depot. This pleases me. Well, that's good. Tiny Goliath is going to go beat the criminal. But no, there are ghosts on this map that I can't see. Yeah, Teespring will do made-to-order kids' clothes. Last year, Halcyon Frequency, me and my stream team, we did a bunch of, she didn't even notice the beating. My militia captain is really weak. Yeah, it all just got deflected by her armor. That's funny. Last year we sold made-to-order hoodies, and all the profits went to charity. We raised like $600 for charity, just selling a bunch of like hoodies and T-shirts with a holiday theme, and we're gonna do that again. Welcome back. You got gifted a sub while you were gone, Grin. If he was like 6, then sure. Fair enough. Yeah, we're like, it's like little kids sizing. Like they do toddler clothes too, but like they grow through toddler clothes so quick that seems a bit redundant, but does seem a bit redundant. We're mostly just throwing around ideas. But anyway, what you been up to, Zycram? You play interesting games, unlike all the boring people of this world. But what have you been playing recently? Watch you be like Destiny, and I'll be like, disappoint. Also, also, you know, we were saying earlier that Nintendo music's the only thing that you have to listen to while watching this. I beg to differ and say that Tekken music is also appropriate because someone always gets thrown into a volcano in Tekken. Everybody's been playing Project Zomboid recently, and I don't fully understand why, because they didn't put out an update that recently. Apparently there's more evacuations because there's another spout. If anybody wants to live stream. There's the link. Tekken music is pretty fucking, yeah, it really is. So let's see how Stone likes prison. She's angry after being confined. Stone, I'm sorry, but this might be your death sentence. Might be, because angry is really bad. Gotten some interesting videos from them. I'm just over here just going ooh and ah at pretty colors, but I hope everybody's okay. Also, we were talking about this earlier, and you might know this. Do they have volcano insurance? Like, is that a thing? Like, do they have, like, insurance in case of volcano burning their house down? We were literally talking about this, like, an hour ago. You don't know? Like, I wonder, it's like, is that a common thing that people who live, like, right underneath semi-active volcanoes would... Like, if I lived in Hawaii, like, if I lived on any of the islands in Hawaii, I would probably try and get volcano insurance. I don't know why. Even though it would probably mostly just be a scam. I need to pee. Back in a sec. All right, I return. Also, I think I'm going to move this. This is the strong iron. The strong iron is my metalsmiths guild. I'm going to move it up to where the king's dining room used to be. Because nobody's using it. Might as well make it usable. Might as well make it useful. Video called you from the beach today because he wanted to see if that tsunami came in. I mean, I'm not going to say I wouldn't do the same thing. But I would be filming it. I probably wouldn't video call family, but I would definitely try and film it. Also, why is that dwarf forbidden? Somebody get rid of that body, please. I'm just going to sell them the easy stuff because I need to trade right now. I play vanilla. I don't use any add-ons. All the add-ons just make the game more clunky. And in some cases, a lot of the add-ons just make the game less stable and crash more. I play completely vanilla. I mean, obviously I'm using a tile set, so not completely vanilla, but outside of the tile set, it's vanilla. Nope. We are not using DF hack. DF hack would be cheating for this fortress. It would be too tempting to just clean things. But, I mean, I usually have an install with DF hack on it, but I don't actually currently have one for the most up-to-date version. So theoretically, I could close this game and relaunch it with DF hack running, but I never use it. There's been once or twice I've opened it up with DF hack off stream just to check things, to see if something was a bug or if it was intended. But I haven't done that since. Part of the reason I'm doing this fort is to prove to people that you can keep a fortress alive and manage it and keep your frames good, completely vanilla, and keep the game playable. And then with my newer fort that I've just started, I'm trying to prove to people that you can have pretty dense forts with large populations over a reasonable amount of time, again, without doing that. Don't use therapist, really. I mean, it makes managing jobs quicker, but you stop getting to know your dwarves, and it makes it a lot easier to just kind of distill them down to stats. Unless you want to do, like, mega builds and made large projects like that where you don't actually care about the story generation stuff, there's no reason to use therapist. It doesn't actually make the game any easier. Oh, that's on you, Beefish. This isn't about, like, whether you should or shouldn't. Play the game the way you want to play. If you can't play the game without a specific feature, then don't play the game without said specific feature. No sweat off my back. But I won't. B-Lug, I got bad news. Chat, do you want to tell him or should I? Stone is oblivious to reality. Be like the third is dead. I like how you knew immediately. Yes, and Stone murdered you. Stone killed you. Be like the third is dead and Stone killed you. 2 or 3 forts, maybe 30 hours. It was like, for me, learning DF was like 5 hours of fiddling, another 10 hours of learning, and then 30 hours of getting good. Like, Dwarf Fortress to me is like no harder to learn than any strategy game. It's like you'll spend the first 2 hours just kind of completely lost, and then you'll kind of come to grips with the basics. She was already in a bad mood, and now she's oblivious to reality. It's because she's angry about being confined. Being angry about being confined is basically a death sentence. Yeah, fair enough, Cursed. But part of the reason why I recommend that people who are learning DF don't bother is because I feel like you have more options if you don't use that stuff, because once you need that stuff, then like if the game updates, then you have to wait for DF hack to update. Like when Dwarf Fortress updates and I'm just playing the new stuff and all of the like 80% of my chat's like, well, waiting for DF hack, and it takes like a week for DF hack to update, and they're all sad because they're waiting a week for DF hack to update. It's like, well, you're too dedicated to playing DF hack. That's on you, right? People need to, you know, pessimistic after pondering very large numbers. Me too, man. So, like, at a point, it's just you need to do that yourself. But something we have to do is we're going to have to remove Stone as the militia commander of this squad and remove him from the squad. Or remove her from the squad, my bad. Why can't I find Aqua? My eyes are not behaving. I probably just shot past them 3 times. Huh. There you are. I have to do it that way. I didn't realize they wouldn't show up in that list. But, you know, I'll say the same thing that I always say when this topic comes up, which is just, I really hope that the Steam version negates all need for the vast majority of people to use any DF hack or any plugins. Because the game without any plugins is significantly easier to learn than the game with plugins. Because you don't need to worry about tabbing through 3 different menus, and you actually learn the whole UI. Instead of, like, being a, air quotes, experienced DF player and not know how any of the unit UI works, because people who use DF hack and DF therapist from the start never learn how to assign jobs manually within the game's UI and never learn where any of that UX is, because they just depend so solely on therapist. Which is fine, but like, you will learn the game better if you learn the game without it. The way I always advise people to learn the game is play the game vanilla for your first, you know, I don't know, few hours, first few forts maybe. And then once you've kind of gotten past that initial learning hump, then at that point, once you feel like you're relatively confident at playing the game, then, if you want, install DF hack. But even then, like, if you're just comfortable playing the game as is, don't. But all that being said, you know, chat, streamer has to sell it every so often, which is just because we did pass Sunday, all of those bits leaderboards are empty. So, you know, if you're at any point looking to get a #1 next to your name, it literally costs you 1 penny to get to the #1 spot on the bits leaderboard. I'm just saying. You could, like, skip past everything and just cheer a single penny. Evil Trick wants to do abstract thinking. Let's see if you like abstract thinking. Let's see if Stone's outlook on prison has changed much. Still angry. Anger is never a solution. I like text will be text for screenshots, but outside of that, yeah. Yeah. It's fine. Not necessary, but it's fine. There you go, Bog2, you're #1. See? Chat? Bog2's #1. Now Little Osan is #2 because Bog2 is higher in the alphabet than Little Osan. And Hasaza is #1. Thanks for the pennies, friends. I was waiting for that. I was like, that's taking forever. I mean, you were #1 for like a few seconds. Jack, can I get a couple beers for chat fighting over #1? Or trying to be #1. And then failing to be #1. And thanks for helping streamer pay his bills. That is more than I will get in ad revenue today. I'll have you know. Since Twitch made the hosting change, I now get about, like, I went from getting like $1.50 in ad revenue a day, which is like, yeah, fine, to like 20 cents. Yay. Thanks, Twitch. Alright, so I think we're just going to let the dwarves hang out until fall. Although, you know what? I haven't actually done this in a while. I'm going to turn on the celebrate zone. I'll just have to remember to turn it off after a little bit so that Stone doesn't die of thirst. Actually, you know what? I could also just allow this zone and the well as part of this zone. There you go. So now a lot of the dwarves are just going to be going upstairs, and I'm sure a lot of them will just go read a bunch of books. But it's basically, this zone is only the upstairs area. Only the upstairs areas, the tavern and the library and the bedrooms and the food sources. So they will just hide up here in this world. And hopefully keep things safe. Hopefully nobody tantrums. Otherwise, that could be eventful. Eventful indeed. Oh, also, another thing that I can tease about the Dungeon Men's video, which I recorded last night. Because, like, once I have the recording done for a video, I can start teasing it on stream a whole lot. Because, you know, I need the actual recording of it in order for it to be interesting. Or for me to be able to confirm that it's happening, right? Ooh, look at that flow. There's like a little secondary eruptions happening there. That's cool. Anyway, there is indeed a reference to Tarn Adams, because I don't think I've ever done an interview where there hasn't been some sort of reference to Tarn Adams or some sort of shout out to Tarn Adams or something of that sort. Because apparently Tarn Adams gifted Jim Shepard caramels via his Amazon wish list because there was something about a reference to caramels in his Pay to Lose DLC. But anyway. It's only 5 subs. If anyone wants to fight for this gifted subs #1, that's a lot of money though. Like five gifted subs is a lot of money. I mean, that's technically not 5. It's technically 6 that they would have to gift to actually fight, right? Otherwise, that would just be tying you for 5. Hello, Dragon Man. How are you? But like, I think every big interview I've done so far has had some sort of reference or shout out to, as long as they're not dropping $3 grand and asking for nudes. They can drop $3 grand, they just can't ask for nudes. Besides, if they did ask for nudes, this is what I would send them. One of these. I mean, like, come on, man. That's also a cake, by the way. Now you should be thanking me, Zycrom. Also, please, I'm not here to yuck your yum. I mean, we were joking about nudes, Katsu, so this should make sense. I know what cake you want for your birthday. Just a giant naked mole rat. I mean, it's a pretty good-looking naked mole rat. And it made me laugh, if it's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, it's not a duck. It's a fox duck, aka a fuck. I mean, Chad also confirmed earlier that it's not a fuck. It's a ducks with an X, but. You know, it's funny. It's not a duck. It's a fuck. I have a very childish sense of humor, I think. Still angry. I like how Aqua's just hanging out in here. Are you two friends? Or related even? Oh, I see. Yeah, you're siblings. So your younger sister Stone is hanging out with you in prison. I don't think you guys can even socialize in there technically, but what does what does the fuck say? I'm sure you could figure that out very easily by going to certain websites on the internet. Oh dear, this chat room today. This chat room today. Although Bog 2, to be totally fair, you may not be first anymore, but you are second, which is only worse than first. But yeah, it's still better than third and fourth and fifth and seventh and the rest of them. So, you know. Especially considering you managed to get into second purely based off of the fact that your name starts with the letter B instead of the letter L. First not winner. Yes, the first not winner. And then the third, it's really fucking good. You know, we used to always talk about this in sports where it's like, it's really frustrating because first is worse than, first is the best that you can do, right? And then second is absolute failure because you're not first. And then third is really good because you did your best. You know? That was my day. I woke up. I ate some oatmeal. It had honey on it and pecans in it, and that was delicious. It was very good oatmeal. Then I took a shower. That was wonderful. I got to get all of that, you know, crappy sweat from sleeping off of me, and that was lovely. And then I turned my stream on. And Stone is tantruming again. And killed her sister. Yep. Who's horrified after seeing Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap's Silver Time die, and grieves at somebody's death, and rages while killing somebody. She is angry after being confined. Nope. Stone is in jail. But her sister was bringing her water, and then hung out there for a little bit. Oh, I was gonna say, if it's your girlfriend's birthday, you shouldn't be watching my stream. But you should go have a good time at Applebee's. Stone killed Aqua. Yeah, Stone's younger sister. No, I mean it happened in the middle of the screen. It literally just happened like a second ago. Like, there's a dead body in the middle of the screen. It's very clear. You should be able to see it. It's right there. The blinking dwarf with the red background right there. Literally kicked her in the head. Jammed the skull through the brain. Stone, what would you like me to do with your dwarf? It's your call, I say. I could expel her. I could lock the door and starve her. There's a fire alarm going off in my building? Or in my neighbor's building? I can hear it. It's very far away, though. I can boot her out of the fort, yeah. Send her to one of the, I could expel her completely, or I could send her to a different fort. Let her be someone else's problem? All right. We can do that. Weep for the fallen. A lot of blood on the floor today. Stone's got another 23 days left on her sentence. I don't know. I've never done it. Banana. Or I've never tried. I've thought about trying to sell a giant to the elves, though. Because I have like 5 of those in cages. She was our best cook. Well, we're not doing any expeditions, so no. What's the point in risking her coming back once every few like months and then tantruming again, which she will. We're not at war with anybody, so there's no reason to go on any expeditions. Besides, most people send dwarves on expeditions purely to just kill them, so what's the point? I literally gave all of the options to Stone. We can either leave her here and keep her as a risk, we can kill her, or we can expel her. Those are my options. So if I had another option, I would have listed another option, but we don't. Don't even have a coffin ready right now. You should try not getting eaten. It seems like it's bad for your health. Instead of getting eaten, you should, I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm gonna be complete. I thought I had a bit there, and then I just was like, you know, I don't actually have a bit, so. Rather than getting eaten by zombies, you should just subscribe to twitch.tv/blindIRL, so I can get eaten by zombies for you. But like I said, I don't know where I was going with that. Thanks for the bit of support. Hasazan. And thanks for gifting us sub, Zycrom. Cheers. Making more coffins. 'Tis a shame. Well, I think it's really sad because Stone killed their sister. I think that is really, really sad. Personally. And is now literally just sitting here and staring at the corpse of her sister. Standing on the corpse of her sister. Not even crying. What a dwarf. Man. Much sad. Congruent triangles? Oh, that's new. They are discussing congruent triangles. Like in real life? Stone didn't say that they were going AFK. Just because they haven't said anything in the last 2 minutes doesn't mean they're AFK. Stone, how dare you not speak in chat for a minute? Means you're AFK, right? What does saying boot have to do with anything? What? I'm so confused by this whole conversation. Banana? I don't know, did you, Bogtu? Stone is indeed not being very polite. But we can send her away, and we'll get to read about her history later. See where she goes. She's got another 17 days in prison first, though. Nope, Stone's already decided what Stone wants to do. we're gonna send her to one of the local fortresses that are connected to our fort. Is what we are going to do. Frankly. Whoa! Vin, thanks for gifting a sub to Bog too. Sounds kind of like I said, thanks for gifting a sub to Bog as well. Cheers, Vin. Bog 2, and enjoy those the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Do tantrums happen in other forts? What, like AI-controlled forts? I don't think so. I think they'll happen if you go there in adventure mode, but in the background simulation, no. Like, stuff because, like, the amount that's actually being tracked is less than what is being tracked in your fort. There we go. They're now gonna go get Aqua. Yeah, no, it'll be a better place for Stone. It's just gonna be kind of sad. I'm gonna miss having a Stone. She was such a good dwarf for such a long time. Admittedly, like, she was also like a potential liability for a while, so. No, it won't ruin relations. Well, I mean, the forts that I can send her to are directly connected to me, so we don't have any relations with them, good or bad. They're just there. And there goes Knowles. Going to go drop off that poor dead dwarf. Stone has 13 days left in prison. To be totally honest, yeah, you are correct.
I'm bit leader now.
You're #1 biddy. You're a bit better than Hazaza then. Zycro. Thanks for the $1. Cheers. And thanks for helping this stream stay funded. Because Twitch would like us to disappear. You're 30 bits better, this is true. How much of the fort is related? Not as much as you'd think. There are pretty big family trees, but because I'm constantly bringing in merchants from other forts, they're not that related. Dwarves do marry cousins, though, apparently. Although I actually haven't seen that happen in this fort. So not as much as you probably think. You dare what? Oh, I see. Taking the #1 spot. Welcome back to the realm of best biddy, Haz. Oh, I mean that's a really good thing. Pacing yourself, Frog. No, it's not. Violence is not a recessive trait. That's usually something that dwarves develop over time. Thanks for your 2 cents, Zycrum. I'm impressed. Haz is keeping this going longer than I thought he would. Thanks, Haas. All right. I need to check justice first. Because if I expel Stone before it's Stone's time, Stone will simply live in prison forever, and I really don't want to do that. Although maybe a life sentence is a valid thing to give for the crimes that that dwarf's committed, but... Who are you calling a nerd, Zychrom? Look at yourself. Sheesh. Yeah, true, this is true. No one is threatening Bog 2's throne. It only costs 2 cents to replace Bog 2 in the 3rd spot. The race is on? Yep. It's lights out and away we go. The Neum has intensified. So we're going to go down to here, and we are going to dump lava into the middle of this section right here. Nerds aren't cool. I know, right? What? Zychrom's just walking around with a Supreme logo t-shirt and, like, his brand new Vans. It's like, I'm not a nerd, I'm just super cool. Uh-huh. Says everybody else. I need another lever. I mean, I'm just watching these triangles appear in my chat. It's fine. It's just triangles. At 2 pennies a piece. You know, you guys are reminding me of like this one girl that I knew through Scouts, and her name was Penny, and people used to throw pennies at her. I know we don't have pennies anymore, so admittedly we can't do that anymore, but like, it's one of those things that I kind of feel bad about from back in the day. Oz is taking his little clubman to war. That's also a triangle, yeah. That is also a triangle. It's like a ladder. It's going up into the riches. Pennies do hurt. Admittedly, we didn't throw them that hard. We didn't throw them hard enough to hurt. It was more of like throw pennies in the general direction of Penny. Everybody was a bad person in high school, okay? Come on, give me some credit. Find somebody who wasn't a complete and total nut in high school, and I'll be impressed. 1 more day left in prison. Hey, Oda Toda. I'm just waiting for someone to just cheer 1,000 and just put an end to this fight. But, you know. I mean, fair enough. Did it go off twice?
Okay.
Stone is doing a rage again. I'm just gonna lock this door until you're no longer tantruming. Thanks for the $10, Cycrom. Cheers. Man, I should have said 10k bits. Jeez. Missed opportunity, I suppose. But thank you. Still remember going to an arcade and converting all of your tickets to fake cockroaches to the point where the manager had to come. Wow, Haas. You're not fucking around.
Gun.
Jeez, dude. All right. Anyway, where you had to make the manager come out to give you a box from the back, and you throw around the school on April Fool's Day. That kind of reminds me of the time that a friend of mine, and it continues. That reminds me of a time a friend of mine spent all of his tickets at a local arcade, at the one local arcade that we had, which closed way too early in my life. who went to that local arcade and spent all of his tickets on bouncing balls and put them all into a container about this big and then threw them down the stairs in his high school. But seriously, thank you for the 1,000 bits each. This is the first time there's been like a legitimate bit war in the chat in a very long time here. Right, Stone has not been released from prison yet. Did I unlock the door? Yes, I did. You just got paid and you're willing to let your birthday... Here's the thing, Zycrom. If somebody cheers... If somebody else cheers 100 bits or resubs, then this turns into a hype train, and then you guys at least get emotes out of it. Just need someone else to cheer 100 bits. Otherwise, then, like, that just keeps the fight going. But, you know, I'm just... This is true. The hype train does cover the leaderboard, and then you can't see who's winning. That is indeed true. All right. Stone... It's been good. You've been a good dwarf. Stone, where would you like to go? Channeled, Veiled Clasp or Channeled Dens?
Emotes, you say?
There you go, Katsu. I mean, they're just matching each other. So the fact that they're just matching each other, let's send you to Channeled Dens. I usually send Veiled Clasp before it's problems. Thanks, Katsu. I'm gonna miss this dwarf. This was a good dwarf. But unfortunately killing your sister and B-Lug is just too much. We can't handle that. Goodbye, Stone. You know what? I think that the dwarves... Curveball. Oh. Up in the ante. I think that the dwarves have earned a little vacation. After that. We're into late summer, too.
Curve this, you meaty ball.
Curve this, you meaty ball. And now Zycron's like, oh god, I have to do math. But thanks for all the bits, Huz. Cheers, man.
I'll curve your face, you mug.
I like these insults, though. Like this. There's something funny about that. A stray cow has given birth to a boy. Also, shoutouts to baby Vinsati, who is grouchy. It's been grouchy when caught in the rain. Poor baby. Hey, you found a secret sound.
Your mug SM orc.
You found a secret sound. I mean, you can, but it doesn't give you Prime subscriptions, Frog. That's literally Community. I knew about that meme way before I saw Community, and then saw Community a few years after that. When I saw that scene in Community, I cried laughing.
Stop it, you lubricated frog stumper.
You lubricated what now? Aquasar, thanks for gifting out 5 subscriptions in the middle of that. Cheers. I don't know if any of them are here right now, but I do recognize a bunch of names on that. Thanks for the 5-pack. And helping keep the stream funded. Oh yeah,
How else am I
you are
going to
tied
fit
with
a
Aqua.
frog in my butt?
Banana. You are tied with Aqua. How else am I going to fit a frog in my butt? Is that... Hold on a second. What did Zycrom say to you? Stop it, you lubricated frog stomper. And then Haz's retort is, how else am I... hold on. Are you lubricated or is the frog lubricated and are you stomping on the lubricated frog? I need to know the details here. Also, the humans have arrived with their annual tributes, and they say what I'm thinking about that last insult. All of the above? You must be... Actually, no, actually, I think you are second. Hold on, because I have to scroll back a very long way, but... Yes, Aquasar did gift some subs earlier today. So yeah, you are indeed in second. Because Aqua gifted 2 earlier today. Practice. Enthusiasm is the word I like to use, Zycrom. You can fit anything anywhere if you try hard enough. You might not see it again before the end of the stream. No, that's not possible. Even if they do manage to crank it all the way up to level 5, which would be kind of crazy when you win. Thank you for all the bits, regardless, Haz. Even if they do manage to crank it up to level 5, it times out after a few minutes. But Zycrom, thanks for all the bits. You crazy mad lad. And thanks for the bits, War. Your E-peen is erect. Chat, can I get a round of applause for Zycrom's E-peen? I thought that I made you erect when I showed you pictures of naked mole rats earlier today. Yeah, Aqua's 2 ahead. Just let me get a loan. Just don't bankrupt yourself for, like, Twitch chat. It's not worth it. It's only 8 subs. Only 8? I mean, yeah, those get expensive quickly, though. That's the thing. Although, don't say that too loudly, because Zycrom might want the double number 1.
The turgidity of my member is in constant flux.
That means that you are a healthy, functioning human. This is good, Zycrom. Means you don't need to take pills. You're not in 3rd anymore. I hate to break it to you. I think you're in 4th, actually. Yeah, it's paper woik time. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. I mean, you did rule the world for like 5 seconds. You're like the guy in like the medieval times who stabs the king in the head during the revolution, picks up the crown, puts it on your head and go, "I'm king!" And then you get shot with an arrow. You're that guy. Shoutouts to the large gold opals, because I was making those earlier. Cow cheese. It's actually like normal cheese. That's the weirdest part about it. It's normal cheese. It's like, what kind of cheese is that? It's cheese. Sounds delicious. Stone. I'll take all 3. Is that an Audio Slave song? Is it? I'm going to assume that you got it, Stone. As long as it's not Dwarven cheese, that's the one you don't want. So I lost count of how many bits were cheered there, so thanks for all the bits. 3,300 bits. So $33 in bits. The goblins have a unique format of cheese? I don't think they do. I know that dwarven cheese is actually just maggot cheese. But at what cost? Well, I mean... We definitely pushed poor Bog 2 down to number 4. That's the cost. Troll cheese when? Once we invent cheese trolls. So, I just spoiled this for myself, but this human is carrying a cage with a yak in it. Is carrying a cage with a yak in it. So it's gonna be a while. It's a metal cage, yeah. I think tin, maybe. That's what you call flexing, Banana. I'm trying really hard to not just like hiccup. Because you know that feeling when you like halfway have the hiccups but not quite? Can I just say that the YouTube chat on this volcano stream that I'm watching just completely broke for a second there? And it looked really weird, but it's too late now because it fixed itself. Lava. You just hold your diaphragm in place. I just, like, force of will stop hiccuping. I mean, it's passing now, so. Volcano sounds. Turkey shortage? What? Excuse me? Do 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 new 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 new. What happens in November? I'm also a little bit disappointed that none of you guys during that bit war used the text-to-speech for "Do you remember?" Thanks for hanging out, Aqua. Thanks for gifting those subs, and thanks for just chilling in the chat room, as per usual. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll be playing Timberborn tomorrow. That, you know, the city builder with the beavers. Man, this human. Imagine being informed that you're the guy that has to carry the yak to the dwarves. Well, we're giving this yak to these dwarves. All right, how are we getting it there? You're going to carry it. I'm going to what now? You're going to carry it. Oh. Oh, right. Yeah, that's when America does Turkey Day. You see, because Turkey Day in Canada is in like a week and a half. 2 weeks? It's middle of October for us. Damn, a lot of people won that. Isn't everybody and their grandma playing that? Unfortunately, I haven't acquired a copy of Earth, Wind, and Fire of that Earth, Wind, and Fire album yet on vinyl. I've been trying to. I haven't found one at a reasonable price. But if I can find one at like under $30 that's in decent condition, I will buy it. At which point, I would indeed be playing that. It's a Nick Cage and a yak. Of the year Pi. At least that's an easy one. So plan for today, chat. I think we'll do another hour of Longdeath. Maybe a little more than another hour. And then we're going to be playing Avorion on the Halcyon Frequency server. That's the plan for today. Do I worry about DMCA on Twitch? No, because I don't play music. I don't have the rights to play. All of the records that I stream are records that I pre-vet to make sure that they're safe. And I don't really listen to music outside of that. So there's no need to worry if I don't risk. Also, I follow a few channels on Twitch that I watch consistently and frequently that are kind of like my canaries in a coal mine, if that makes any sense. Like, I watched this one stream, which is a League of Legends stream, which I've just watched for forever, right? Like, I've been watching this channel, for like almost a decade now. Like, I think I followed the guy in 2011. But probably longer, actually probably longer than a decade, because I was watching him on Owned 3D in 2009. So, yeah, so literally I watch a channel who I've been watching for longer than a decade, and he still listens to the same. Here, I'll post one of his emotes. Well, actually, I'm going to post 4 of his emotes. It's a League of Legends channel. I vicariously pay attention to League of Legends through him. I kind of screwed up the comp. I was going to copy paste one, but then I didn't. Anyway, yeah, I've watched him for over a decade now, and he just listens to a playlist of like mid 2000s, late 90s heavy metal and rock and roll, like just all the time. And I don't think he's gotten a single copyright strike. And he's always playing like Linkin Park and like new metal from the early 2000s, and then like modern metal as well. Stuff like everything from like Five Finger Death Punch to like Metallica. He also listens to like Eminem and shit like on stream all the time. So no, I'm not particularly worried, because there was a few very specific cases of DMCAs being issued, but it was only one record label that was issuing the DMCAs. It was Universal Music, and it only happened to like a half dozen channels. So as long as you're not playing Ariana Grande or Billie Eilish, you're basically okay. But at the same time, like I stick to stuff that I know I'm not going to have an issue. Yeah, but he would have been hit by now. So, and also, no, DMCAs are not a recent problem. Channels used to get DMCA'd once every so often now and again, previously anyway. It just started being a widespread common ordeal recently. So, yes, it's a recent problem, but it's only people have been paying attention to it recently. Besides, like Twitch literally sent out a notice this morning, which I just took a look at, which is they're going to send out warnings and not put strikes on channels anymore, and just auto-delete VODs that get strikes issued against them, which is totally fine. Also, apparently Tarn Adams was on the Stack Overflow podcast, which I will post in the DF room on Discord. I like this podcast title. You don't need a math PhD to play Dwarf Fortress, just to code it. Duh. Fucking duh. Oh no, that's not a good sign. The volcano is now just a black screen. I hope their camera ran out of battery. How's the lava tube look? It's tubular and lava-y. It's pretty cool, eh? Do I use mods for DF? Nope. Unless you count Tileset as a mod. I mean, I've played forts with custom creatures in it before, but... And I've also done modded runs. Like, I played the Star Wars Overhaul mod. I've played the... There you go. I've played the Super Mario Brothers mod. I've played A Long Night briefly, but I haven't done a full fort of it. Yeah. I mean, I've used them. I'm not using them currently, though. And I don't use any... even if I'm playing an Overhaul mod, I don't use any... tools or assists, so I don't use DF Hack and I don't use DF Therapist. Yes, the copyright law is like multiple decades behind schedule. Although Banana Unlimited, I will say this in regards to your comment about videos not getting taken down and content creators not being blackmarked because of some false positive on an inhuman system. There's a lot of hearsay and a lot of false information in that. In a vast majority of cases, if videos are just mysteriously disappearing, they're either getting reported falsely, which is not some inhuman system, that's active trolling, which is the main reason why videos disappear. The second reason is because of things that you maybe don't see from the audience perspective, and then the creator not being truthful, which is usually what happens. Usually if a channel disappears or if videos disappear or if channels cease being monetized, there's something that you're not seeing, that you're not aware of, and the creator's not being truthful about it. Just keep that in mind. So be careful with what you say on that subject, because there's probably things that you're not familiar with or aware of that are causing videos to disappear or stuff to get taken down or channels to get demonetized that you're not aware of. Refresh your stream, Banana Unlimited. My audio is synced. You just need to refresh. Twitch will desync the audio sometimes, because Twitch is very good. Smile. Blah, 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 blah. Dulon says, look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Cannot wait. Like I said, it's because Banana probably needed to refresh. That or you've got multiple tabs open of the same stream. I was watching a stream the other day and going, why? I kept refreshing. I was like, why is the audio desynced? And then I realized that the one that I was watching was muted and I had another stream open on a minimized tab of the same channel. That was very smart of me. I was watching Dire Dwarf, one of my teammates, and I was like, why is his voice, his face is desynced? It's not moving. He's talking and his face isn't moving. What the fuck? It was very confusing. Since forever. They don't have any other dialogue. Unless they're offering you royalty. Yeah, not my smartest moment in life, frankly. They do. I mean, if the player dies, then the faction loses almost all of their value, because the player's fort is almost always far and away the most valuable. Mm-hmm. Well, that's on the person making the video in that case. Right? Don't use other people's materials in your video. License the material that you're using in the video. Use stuff that doesn't have licensing on it. That's on the person making the video. So if you upload a video and use art that you don't own, or if you upload a video and you use audio that you don't own, I'm not saying that this is the way that copyright law should be, because I don't think it should be this way, but in order to be a creator on the internet, you have to operate within the rules that the system allows for, right? So if I put up a VOD or a video with copyrighted music in it, yeah, I'm not going to be able to monetize it. And it happens every now and again. And if I upload something that contains other people's owned material and they strike me, that's on me because I uploaded the video, right? So that's the creator not doing their due diligence. So, it just bothers me when I see people saying like, oh, like someone was, I can't remember who it was, but someone was talking the other day about channels just mysteriously disappearing. It's like, channels don't mysteriously disappear. They did something. They'd signed a contract with somebody. They broke a contract with somebody. They did something. Like, channels don't disappear. YouTube sucks and is not very nice to their user base, but they're a hell of a lot better than Twitch in some cases, and a hell of a lot worse than Twitch in some cases. In fact, I would trust Twitch with my career a hell of a lot more than I would trust YouTube, which is why I'm not on YouTube full time. And I'm on Twitch. Even when Twitch betrays that trust, I still trust Twitch more. So, I don't know. I'm very iffy to see people like throwing stuff into my chat as fact, Banana, just because a large portion of the cases, it's not. You know, like Jesse Cox almost lost his YouTube channel recently. The beginning of 2020. And there was a very specific reason for it. And the reason he almost lost his YouTube channel, although he was able to fix it and didn't lose his YouTube channel. But the reason he almost lost his YouTube channel was because of a D&D Let's Play that he did. And it's a Star Wars themed Let's Play, or not Let's Play, D&D session. And so Star Wars themed tabletop that he was doing with some friends. And he had an overlay for it and a thumbnail. And he needed a ship to put into the overlay and the thumbnail. And the ship that he used was a piece of fan art from DeviantArt, which he got permission from the person to use. However, what that person didn't tell him was that, either maliciously or unknowingly, is that it was a trace of another ship, okay? It was a trace of another ship, which was also a piece of fan art drawn by a different artist, which was posted to the Star Wars Wiki, or Wikipedia. Hi, Hobo. 1 second, I'm in a ramble. Which was posted to the Star Wars Wikipedia, and I can't think with that going on in the background. It's good to see you, Hobo. Which was posted to the Star Wars Wikipedia, and that artist was very unhappy when that artist found out that he'd been using this for like a 15-part D&D session and issued a content strike, which is like the copyright strike, against every single video in that playlist. Every single one of them, all 15 of them, which is 15 strikes. You need 3 to lose a channel. So he had 30 days before his channel was going to get deleted. He ended up purchasing a license from the guy for the artwork and taking all the, like, paying him off basically, and then taking all the videos down and re-uploading them without contacting him first. Yes, without contacting him first, issued the strikes. He ended up paying him off, took down all the videos, downloaded all the videos, re-edited them with a different overlay with a different chip and a new thumbnail, and uploaded them again. Paid the guy off for the artwork, apologized, did all that work, and then his channel was safe. So all you need is somebody to do something like that and then get hit from 2 different angles from 2 different people, and your channel's just gone. If you can't confirm with that person first, your channel's just gone, right? So there's that's on the YouTuber for not doing their due diligence. And in that case, it was on Jesse Cox for not doing his due diligence. Like, that's his fault. That's not the fault of the artist. Like, yeah, it's a bit drastic by the artist, but that artist is well within their rights to do that, right? Like, I use Ben Prunty music all the time on my streams, and or at least in the past. I haven't so much recently, but like I've listened to a lot. I've got a lot of videos on YouTube with Ben Prunty's music in the background. Ben Prunty has been very open his entire career about, like, you can use my music in whatever. But if he changed his mind one day and went through and issued strikes against every video with Ben Prunty music in it, I'd be done. Like, my YouTube channel would just be gone. No, absolutely. The law doesn't require you to be a good person. And, like, even if they do change the law and make it more malleable in that instance, it's probably still going to operate in a similar fashion. So, do they at least keep your files long enough for you to respond? You have 30 days. If YouTube issues strikes, you have 30 days. But that assumes you check your email or check your YouTube page. Like, if you go on a 2-month vacation and black off from the internet and don't pay any attention, yeah, you'll lose your channel. It doesn't matter if you have 30 subscribers or 10 million, right? So I don't know. It's like, it's such a muddy water to just state that, oh, you know, people lose channels. It's like, yes, but also, They're discussing deductive reasoning. I'm going to deduct this reasoning. Let's get all the dwarves back into the celebration room. And... so, I don't know. I mean, Twitch is improving in regards to the copyright system. Like, they literally sent out an update today, which I read on stream, which I think is a massive improvement, where instead of issuing strikes automatically, now they have a system in place to just simply delete the VOD and issue you a warning, which is significantly better. The fuck is that? There is a table there covered in... oh, no, there's a golden throne covered in alcohol in the stairwell. How fitting. Frankly, how fitting. They haven't been too clear on that yet. I think it's you get the first, you get like a warning on the first one, and they here I could reskim the email. I mean, yeah, it'll get removed. You'll get a warning. Frequent issues that are not by accident will result in strikes. So basically, like, if you're frequently breaking it and ignoring the warnings, then they will start. They say frequently. I don't know how many that means. I guess like a whole bunch in a short period of time. Well, I mean, the wording that they use is accidental, which saves you from getting rickrolled in a Like if you're like jumping through YouTube videos that you're watching and one of them Rick rolls you and then Rick Astley sends you a personal copyright strike, then you're okay because you got Rick rolled kind of thing. Actually, the birthday song is public domain now. That was kind of a big deal when that happened. No, you can't. I mean, do you genuinely think that Twitch is that stupid? Banana. I just want to ask you that as a genuine question, person to person. Do you honestly think that they are that stupid? Okay, come on. Like, give them some credit here. But yeah, the birthday song is public domain now. Yes, but they've also taken a year to get this one out, so I believe that they are doing it correctly. And talking to a friend of mine who works at Twitch, they've been working very hard on this. Like I was speaking to a friend of mine who is an employee at Twitch a couple of weeks ago about this subject, and he said that they've been working very hard on it and they have updates soon. So I believe that you should have more faith in Twitch. And I'm a little bit like saddened that you don't. And I'm also a little bit annoyed that you're just like, hey, loophole. Can I find a loophole? Hey, loophole. Because, like, that's not fun conversation. It's just annoying as piss for me to deal with and talk about. It's not fun conversation in the slightest. It's just, like, eye roll. It's like, come the fuck on. Like, they're giving us something nice. Why do you have to be an asshole? You know? So anyway, I guess to answer the original conversation that started this conversation, no, I'm not scared about content ID strikes on Twitch. Not even remotely. Because I'm careful, and I know what I'm doing. Basically, like, you are describing the worst kind of person that irritates me by default. Banana. Just by suggesting okay, so you can't just play Happy Birthday song every day on purpose and just get finger wagged every day. Because, like, genuinely, if they're putting in a solution to this, why would you be able to get away with that? Can we agree that, like, birthdays are kind of stupid in general, Bog2? Same with Christmas. Like, birthdays are kind of stupid, yo. Congrats, you're not dead, okay. Like, birthdays are super cool until the age of, like, 12. And then, like, this is something that, like, I've been running into more and more and more as an adult. When, like, I'll run into people who are, like, my age and, like, they're mid to late 20s. And they're like, yeah, I'm having a birthday party. I'm having 10 people over. We're going to get drunk. I'm like, you're an adult. What the fuck? But maybe I'm just some antisocial weirdo. Oh, that's because all of Hell's Kitchen is now public domain. Well, not public domain, but nobody has the license for Hell's Kitchen right now, so you can't actually do that. As long as it's transformative, you can actually do that. Hi, Clino. I mean, sure. I will still always, like, kind of shake my head in confusion. I mean, I think I've mentioned my Christmas plans so far on this channel, but I'm going to go try and see The Matrix 4 on Christmas Day. And if I can't, then I'm going to rent it and find a very small group of people that want to hide in a Discord call and watch it with friends. One of the two. I think that's even worse, Banana. But, you know, you do you. I mean, totally. I love traditions. Like, I think that Halloween is a great holiday. I think that Thanksgiving is a great holiday, which I know is, like, a very Canadian and American thing. But, like, Christmas is just social. I get more anxiety and stress over Christmas than I do any other holiday. because of the social pressure of having to give people presents, and because I'm a terrible gift giver, and like, it's awful. I hate it. And then my birthday, everybody wants to give me shit, but what people don't understand is that I don't need anything, because anything that people give me is just like adding more shit onto the pile. Or they just give me money. It's like, why are you giving me money? Like, just let's go get a good dinner or something. I fucking hate that shit. It's goddamn obnoxious. And for streamers, birthday is just an excuse to make a bunch of money, and it's like, I use it as a way to make some money for charity. Like, for me, birthdays and Christmas started annoying me when every year the only thing I would put on my wish list is donate money to BC Children's Hospital. It's literally the only thing that's been on my wish list for years. No one to date has ever done that. I started doing that, it was like like when I was about 13 to 15-ish, somewhere around that age area, I started always putting that on my birthdays and Christmas lists. No one has ever done it. Ever. It's the only thing I want. Just give money to Children's Hospital in my name. No one's ever done it. And every year I'm disappointed because of it. I mean, me and my friend Kevin just buy each other beer on our birthdays. We just go to a pub and the other one pays the bill. So we trade off. But like, man, it irritates the crap out of me. There were boobs. Okay, that's pretty great, Bog 2. That's actually really funny. I wonder what episode that was. I don't believe I've seen that episode of Hell's Kitchen. That's really funny. But yeah, no, it's like, and that's part of why my frustration and annoyance with the holiday has started to happen, because like I just want people to do good things with money on Christmas in my name, and no one has done it. So, endlessly disappointed in that. Someone on YouTube comments is getting very amused by how I pronounce the word dragon when I play Conquest of Elysium. As I say Durgan, Dagron, Dagrin, Dagrion, Durgran, and like every single wrong pronunciation of the word dragon. Large Numbers. Do we have a book called Large Numbers? Who wrote it? Tiny Goliath wrote a new book, and it's called Large Numbers, Abridged. Written on the item is a manual entitled Large Numbers, Abridged. I like to think it's just like a list of numbers, but like only the fives and zeros. Duragon, yeah, exactly, Duragon. Anyway, it is authored by Tiny Goliath, Bolt Diamond, and concerns the notion for very large numbers. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. It's the abridged version of very large numbers. Hell yeah, I love it. You don't think you're very good at not getting eaten? I mean, maybe you're just very good at getting eaten. That's a skill, right? It's gotta be painful. Like that's a lot of like pain tolerance you gotta have to get eaten. Did it say notation, not notion? Oh, well. Dragon. Dragon. Yeah. Pretty much, man in red. Also, hey, Clino. How you been? Also, Clino, you might find this amusing. I'm putting together an interview with the developer of Dungeon Mans. And I can spoil this one part of the interview because we were talking about the pay to lose DLC which they made, and apparently the DLC didn't sell all that well, but the best part about the DLC and the reason he's happy he made it is because he has these chocolate covered caramels that he really likes, which people can gift to him directly through his Twitch page.
Sharing this to make the reminder stop. Please don't read this out.
I won't, but she will. Anyway, you can do that when I'm not streaming, right? If you really don't want to share it. Anyway, for future reference. Chat, no beer. Beer's not okay. Nobody post beer for that resub, because we don't want anybody to know that Banana Unlimited just subscribed for a 5th month. Anyway, he basically stated that the best thing that happened because of that DLC was Tarn Adams thought it was funny, and Tarn Adams sent him a box of chocolate covered caramels. So he said that one of the best things about putting out that DLC was it made Tarn Adams laugh and send him caramel. Because he made a DLC called Pay to Lose. No beer, only rock. No rock, only Zool. There you go. Yeah, no beer then. See, Anthroposmus gets it. You get it! Which also means that I think to this day, every single one of the interviews I've done on my YouTube channel have some sort of reference to Tarn Adams doing something, or some sort of inspiration from Dwarf Fortress. That's wild. I'm sorry, Banana. I remember the day that Twitch added in the resub reminders, because the only way that we knew if people had resubbed is if somebody told us. There was an era of Twitch before resub reminders and all that shit. And then Twitch added that stuff in, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh my god, you've been everybody had resub notifications on the same day. It's a small monitor laptop. Oh, with a small resolution? Yeah. I mean, it kind of blocks the whole thing on phones, too. You moved to gun country? Wait, did you move to Arizona or Texas? Texas? Gotcha. One of the podcasts I listened to, one of the hosts lives in Arizona, and he'd only just moved to Arizona, and he'd been in Arizona for like a couple of weeks, and went outside and there was a rattlesnake on his porch. He's like, "Welp, I live in a desert." But yeah, this is the game that I'm doing my next video on. My next big video. Yeah, that I tell people that a lot. I kind of consider myself a little bit of a minimalist, but not like a crazy minimalist. Like I throw stuff out more often than I get it usually, or give stuff away more often than I get new stuff. Unless it's audio gear, in which case, give me all the audio gear. I always tell people, it's like, is it cheaper to store something or to just buy it new when you need it next time? What about Tarn buying him caramels? It is kind of great, yeah. Yeah. I think I'm going to post a link to buy Jim Shepard caramels in the description of the video. If he still has the Amazon link up. See if we can get him some more caramels from the video. Use a rake on a broom. I mean, I wouldn't shoot a snake on the porch. I just, you know. Okay, so we are into late autumn. 2nd of Timber in the year Pi. Dedicated to a steady stream of caramels. I mean, it also kind of reminds me of like my uncle who leased a new car, didn't like the wheels that were on the car, bought new wheels for the car, which was like $800. New wheels and new tires for the car, which was like $800. Put them onto his car, had these brand new wheels that he didn't want for his car, sold them on Craigslist for $1,300. So, literally, got a new car, sold the wheels for the car at a profit, and bought new wheels that he liked more. And he said that initially he was just planning on storing them, but then decided to sell them. And he was like, that was definitely the better decision to make. With the difference you're going to be paying in taxes? I mean, I hope the move was smooth. All right, chat. So I've been streaming for 5 hours and 40 minutes. I'm hungry. So hopefully we don't have any bar fights or tantrums or dwarves dying in the next minute. But I'm going to remove the dwarves from the celebrate zone just in case anything bad does happen. It's less likely that people die. And you guys can follow... let's say Vim. You guys can follow Vim. I'm going to go get myself lunch. I will be back in a couple of minutes. If you happen to have access to those sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat room. And if I could get a round of beers, that would be rad. Thank you very much for all the support today. We're going to be doing like another 30, 40 minutes of this after I get back from Sandwich World. Then we're going to play some Avorion. And I'm going to figure out how to fly around in space and try and make a skull ship. Should be good. BRB.
Cheese for everyone!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Well, chat's being rude for not explaining this anthro, but it's for tier 2 subscribers and patrons. So if you did a thing that means I owe you that in the background without telling me, then I can fix that. Otherwise, the sound commands don't like you because they cost money. It's the main way that I pay bills around here. Well, not the main way, but a third of how I pay bills around here. Rander buddy, what up? It's good to see you. I return. Looks like there's been no violence, so that's good. No tantrums. We're into late autumn. Probably make it through until the end of the year pie. Yeah, it's sometimes not that clear, but I try not to be too obnoxious about it, you know? I know a lot of other streamers just give that stuff away for free, and maybe I should, but I don't know. It's just the it's how I choose to monetize my stream. So, thanks for understanding. Let's make 300 lead statues, and we are going to make them that image of a dwarf holding a spear and admiring the spear and striking a triumphant pose. So we're going to spin this area up down here. The Hidden Meaning of Ignorance. Is that a new or old book? No, that's a very old book. One of the oldest books in the Fortress. It's an essay entitled The Hidden Meaning of Ignorance, authored by the great Padinsky. It concerns the value of knowledge, and the writing is fairly cheerful. Yet it is somewhat self-indulgent. The prose is not awful, but not very good either. Does not diminish your... I mean, I'm glad that it doesn't diminish your enjoyment of the stream. No, but they do get good thoughts out of a tastefully arranged statue, which just means it's a high-quality statue. If they stand next to a statue for a while. How much lead do I currently have? I'm assuming a lot. Eh. $757 lead. Smelt 100 galena. I mean, the thing is, it's not that hard to micro it because you only need to design the statue once. Unless you wanted to design every single specific statue multiple times. If you want them all to look the same, for example, all of my lead statues, which are all on this level, all look identical. You only need to design the image once, and then it exists as an existing image, and you can just set them all as the existing image, and they will all just look like this. Yeah, no, also that's not an issue. Dwarves aren't going to get upset. I mean, art is art, right? It's like looking at a beautiful painting of Scream. No, literally, they're all identical statues of a dwarf making a triumphant pose, holding a spear, and admiring their spear triumphantly. Because my military are all spear dwarves. So, no, I'm not joking about it. It's straight up serious. Thupa Theowheel. Hey, wave depletion. Wave depletion. I need to apologize for something. Last night I was tabbing between tabs and on my while editing, and I accidentally opened up my bot, and I accidentally timed you out for 10 minutes because you were the last person to talk in my chat that when I ended my stream the other day. Also, winter is upon us, and the game is saving. So I accidentally timed you out for 10 minutes. You probably weren't even here, but I just wanted to apologize for accidentally timing you out. I accidentally banned somebody once doing that. Fortunately, they didn't mind. But you know what's very dwarfy, chat? Since the game is saving. Look at that. Look at that. Probably closed the window right after it ended. Yeah, but now you permanently have a... I can't actually... Here. One timeout in your history. I timed you out once. So you now... You no longer have a perfect record. And that never goes away. Mods think you sucked once. I mean, maybe you did. But who's to say? I mean, to be fair, I think Stoned Hobo has more marks on his account than you. Yeah, Hobo's been banned once and timed out 3 times, and has 3 mod commands. What are your 3 mod comments? Hobo commented on himself, sup. I commented is bad mod, and then he commented is worst mod. Okay, well, where was all that lava at? It's La Palma, and the Canary Islands. There's a bunch of earthquakes and a bunch of tsunamis, which were small. And now a volcano's erupting. Gone until Saturday, so yeah, basically forever. My bot is right here. Boop. That's my bot. Yeah. So when I turn my computer off, my bot goes away. I could use their cloud bot, but I like having control over things. I mean, technically, I've had it since before Streamlabs bought it, but yes. It used to be called Ankbot. And then Ankbot's developer, Ankhart, sold it to Streamlabs, unfortunately. Lumpy went to prison for a bit today, and since then has been much happier, which is good. Let's see how Free's doing. Satisfied at work. This is good work to have the dwarves do for a bit. A lot of smelting. And a bunch of statues. Whoa! Brander, thanks for the 10 bucks. Cheers, man. Diagonally downward? What do you mean diagonally downward? I don't understand what diagonally downward means. But seriously, Brander, thanks for the 10 bucks. Like, well, you're gonna have to show me a screenshot. I don't know what you mean by diagonally downward. Although Diagonally Downward is my new metalcore band. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Brander? Chucking $10 at me. Cheers, man. Not from the layer above, no, but they can fill it from the same tile. So as long as the dwarf can still access the tile, they can fill it. Diagonal coffins. Diagonal coffin is just a death metal band, whereas Diagonally Downward is definitely a post-hardcore band. Nope, they can walk over. They're like beds. They can walk over top of them, but you cannot build them on a ramp. The ramp will cease to exist if you build if you build it where a ramp was. You cannot have a ramp and a coffin on the same tile. What, diagonally downward is a yoga class? I mean, maybe. I mean, unless you can, like, have one tile where they can get down to them, but... Otherwise, yeah, no, they're going to have to be on the same level. I'm really curious as to what this mega crypt ends up looking like. You're going to need to kill a lot of dwarves to actually, like, fill it, though. That's the part where things get a little gnarly, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, like, you could... I'm just going to queue this up over here. Like, you could, like, do this, this, and this, and this, and then put a coffin down there in the middle of that. See, but then this top bit would cave in. So you'd also have to, like, channel out this top bit, basically. So you could do it like this in, like, a kind of star pattern, and then do one like this. And just kind of do that, and then go a layer down, and then do that, which will then connect onto those. You could do it like that, which could look pretty cool. You just can't do them one tile at a time. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to remove it. I hit the wrong button. You want to take part in martial arts. Why don't I just give you all of the metalsmithing and just let you go help with metalsmithing? How do you... Oops, took an edible. How do you accidentally edible? But before I leave you with a joke, Skeleton walks into a bar and asks the bartenders for a beer and a mop. Okay. Where does this joke go, Zycrom? It's safe for you to leave now, though, so you can leave, and then somebody can pass you so that you don't need to cheer more. To stay number one. The nearby tombs are going to be archer towers and ballistas. Huh. Sounds spooky. Because all of your dead are topside? Not necessarily. Yeah, man, I hate it when I accidentally ingest drugs. Absolutely. Could not agree more. Just like me when I accidentally got high last night. It was nice. First time in a week and a half. Slept very well. Oh no, I accidentally all the Mucinex? You accidentally all of the horse tranquilizers? It's like when I posted pictures of some very poisonous mushrooms that sprouted up in my garden on Discord, and then someone said, oh no, don't accidentally the mushrooms. Speaking of accidentally the mushrooms, Hobo, I'm so sorry. Hobo, do you play Avorion? I'm asking for science. Hypothetical science, of course. You woke up at 4 a.m. and then couldn't fall back asleep. Oh no. That fucking sucks, dude. I slept really well last night because I woke up at 5:30 the day before. What Aborion is. To be fair, whenever I try to type in Avorion on my phone, it tries to autocorrect it to abortions, so you know. I agree. Spitalier with the 2 years! Has it been that long? Oh my god. Thank you very much for the second year. Or starting the second year. Hope you've been alright. Hope work's been good. This is Avorion. It's like Minecraft spaceships in space. But like more space game, less space engineers, if you know what I mean. We're going to be streaming that in like 30 minutes, which is why I ask. And I may or may not have extra keys, which is why I'm asking. And I have access to a server that Halcyon Frequency's running.
Fools still breathing my air! This is unacceptable!
It is truly unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Chat, can I get a bunch of beers for Spitalier? Keeping that sub alive for a 24th month. I mean, you can play single player. More like the X games, less like from the. I don't know. Actually, I haven't played from the depths, but less focused on like building stuff and more focused on like randomly generated ships and shit. Like from what I can tell, you can completely ignore the ship building if you want to. You're out for rehearsal in an hour and a bit? Boo. I mean, I'll be playing it more, but... Did you ever record that show, by the way? I can't remember if I asked. I know that it was streamed on Facebook, which I can't watch because I don't have a Facebook. Spitalier! Thank you very much for the 5-pack! Big thank you. Cheers! And thanks for the absurd amount of support that you've thrown at the stream over the last, 2 years. With the audio recording, you're just lazy. Oh, fair enough. Yo, you should restream your own footage. It'll be fine. It's not like anybody's gonna send copyright strikes to your covers. It'd be great. Or like stream it on Discord or something. I'd watch the old restream. That'd be fun. Because I would totally hang out and chat and watch your own concert with you. Because that seems like it would be fun. I don't know. You know what? Let's also make wood wheelbarrow 10. Let's make some more wheelbarrows because I haven't seen any wheelbarrows in a while. I feel like we've lost them. But thank you guys for all the bits today, and as well as for all the gift subs. You guys have been kind of nuts today, I'm not gonna lie. Do I not have bins in my clothing stockpile? Every stockpile has bins. Why do you ask? What made you think I don't? Are you asking about this? That's not clothing. And yes, I have bins. Dozens of them. These? They are bars. Silver, lead, iron, rose gold, bismuth, bronze. Clothing is mostly in this stockpile. In this stockpile. Mm-hmm. I mean, clothing looks like little bits of cloth on this tile set. Also, that would be a really weird place to store clothes. Speaking of clothing, should probably do a full set pretty soon. Pretty soon. Maybe not. Yeah, no, we're okay still for a bit. Those look like button shirts. They're definitely bars, but, you know. I mean, this is clothing. Vest and trousers right there. That's clothing. At least you're satisfied at work. She's a member of the Staney Hall and former captain, former military dwarf, former military dwarf, former military dwarf, and former military dwarf, and a former military dwarf, and a former militia dwarf of the Eternal Adventure of Time. Squawk. You achieved the nuclear throne? In Cookie? Wait, what? Is there a nuclear throne reference in Cookie Clicker achievements? Because that's kind of funny if that's true. Well, good for you. Speaking of, I should turn Cookie Clicker on. I haven't since I restarted my computer. You know what, actually, it's distracting. No point in having extra unnecessary distractions. I already have too many. Felt satisfied remembering producing a masterwork. I had a phone call with my little sister on Sunday after stream, and she asked me what games I've been playing recently outside of work. And Vinsati the Third is creating an artifact, by the way. And I told her Cookie Clicker, and she goes, "What's Cookie Clicker?" And I was like, "Oh, you know, it's a game where there's a big cookie on the screen and you click it, and then you get cookies for clicking the cookie." And she goes, "Oh, that sounds really wholesome." I'm like, "Yeah." And then you click. And then you get little mice to click for you, so you don't need to click as much. She goes, "Huh, all right." I'm like, "Yeah." And then you buy grandmas to debate cookies for you. And she goes, "This sounds lovely." I'm like, "Yeah." And then you get factories and child labor, and then evil Cthulhu monsters come down from the portals that you summon to summon more cookies from the elder gods. And then you cause the grandma apocalypse when you research too much in your bingo plex. She goes, "Okay, this doesn't sound wholesome anymore." Which, you know. I mean, the child labor did. One of my favorite things about Cookie Clicker is you get child labor and then cyborg labor. I like to imagine you're just like modifying the children to be better children, you know? Genetically modified children to be more effective cookie making children. Shakes head. Why? Cookie Clicker. Give the man $5 for making the video game that you have spent way too much time playing. I like this review of Cookie Clicker. Difficulty. My 90-year-old grandma could play it easy, normal, hard, Dark Souls, understanding Dark Souls story. Cookie. Graphics. Cookie. Music. Cookie. Audience. Clickers. Story. Cookies. Price. Priceless. Requirements. Cookies. Length. Ends when you stop clicking. That's actually not true. Fun. Terrifying. Replayability. Don't stop clicking. Bugs. Wrinklers. Worth buying. Please buy it. The answer for every question is cookie. Also, very strong dwarf is tantruming. Who I'm actually just going to lock in here until you stop tantruming. The reason I'm doing that is because that's the mayor's office. And the last thing I need is my mayor to walk into the office and get one-tapped by that dude. I don't need Peter dying. Reminds me of a lot of good duck game reviews, which are just like quack, 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 quack. I mean, you can like get a very bare bones description. Like this dwarf has 500 people. This dwarf has 400 people. You can see what artifacts they have that are known. You can see their population, but that's it. Unless like you go into adventure mode and then explore them manually, which you can do, but I would have to retire the fort to do that. You mean cat standing up? Cat standing up is a wonderful place. You can only say cat and dog is the enemy. There is only cat. Cat standing up. Rules. Cat. Not two. Rule 2. Not cat. 3. Not standing. Cat standing up rules. Cat. Cat and only cat. Not cat. Anything that isn't a house cat standing. Not standing. House cat isn't standing. Those are the rules. And they're pretty great. Cat. Comment removed by... Someone must have said dog. Comment removed by moderator. Cat. Cat. What's funny is, like, every now and again, someone will just get downvoted a shit ton and all they said was cat. It's like, you don't always get a shit ton of karma for posting things like cat standing up. Yeah, it's cat. They get minus 1,000. And then it's just cat. Then they respond to their own comment, cat. And everyone just keeps downvoting. It's funny. I love that subreddit. It's goofy as all hell, but. You get permanent bans for saying anything that's not cat. With a capital C and a period. But dog will just get you auto-banned by a bot. Because dog is the enemy. There is only cat. Another really good subreddit is type pussy. Which is cats wrapped in blankets. It's sort of like the sister subreddit to tucked in kitties. Not to be confused with tight underscore pussy, which is a very different thing. You know, like... Tight pussy. It's a cat in someone's sleeve, I think. I thought potato salad wasn't actually just John Cena memes anymore. Last time I checked, it was like no longer John Cena memes. Like this. This is a very good subreddit. I'm just saying. It's a very good subreddit. I like it. or this cat in a Miller Lite box. Or whatever that beer is. I actually don't know. Just light. Tight pussy is a good subreddit. Vinsati's begun that mysterious construction. What all did you grab? Lay pewter bars, gabbro, jasper opal, rock crystals, gabbro, hemp cloths, rough sards, and stray cow bone. Best of luck, child. Imagine losing thousands of karma because you typed in the thing that you're supposed to type in on that subreddit. All right. So pretty chill day, just trying to manage my dwarves. Superb owl, yeah, the best owl. Because trees is about plot, naturally. I don't know. I like Reddit. As Clinodev should understand, Reddit is a good place. Reddit is a good place to do all of the shenanigans. Although it's really funny when something actually kind of fucked up gets posted on /r what the fuck, and then people are like, man, this is really disturbing. And then I just sit there and go, sure, yeah, it's disturbing, but also, like, you should have been here back in the days when /r what the fuck was actually scary. Because it's been a long time since what the fuck was actually scary. Vinsati, the dwarven child, has created Jin Storlut, a cowbone cage, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the Hamley ancestor, Cog Board-Scaled. Who is your dad? It's worth 27,000 Zethal. This is a cowbone cage. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with hemp and encircled with bands of single-cut rock crystals and rectangular gabbro cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of cowbone and menaces with spikes of sard, lay-pewter, and on the item is an image of llamas in gabbro. On the item is an image of the amethyst blot, a mudstone toy hammer in jasper opal. I don't like elevators, just in general. Like, I will be completely honest with you, I don't really like elevators. If I could go the rest of my life with never having to get into another elevator again, I would actually be kind of happy. Like, I don't have very many irrational fears, but that is one of my few irrational fears. The main reason why I have an irrational fear of elevators is because I've actually been stuck in an elevator before. I got stuck in an elevator for, like, about 30 minutes once, because the power went out. It was me and 2 other people in an elevator. It was in the music school that I used to go to. Elevators kill people in New York City. Elevators kill people. Just period. Elevators are dangerous. Yo, like, elevators are dangerous. Just in general. Like, if I could go the rest of my life never having to get into another elevator, I would be very happy. Also, is it fair to say that NYC is a third world country? Frog for hire? Depending on what district of NYC you're in? With such insane amounts of infrastructure, it still has way too many. It has way too many people to support. Or did you misspell? Hey, Django, what's up? Now, did you misspell L.A.? Also, I agree with what Hobo said. Watch people die is a good place to stay humble and, like, give thanks for life. But that's what catastrophic failure is for. It's so that you can, like, watch things explode and not feel as bad about it. Because I really enjoy /r catastrophic failure. Because that's just like, yo, it's a highway, boom, water main explodes underneath it and water goes everywhere and bits of road and concrete fly everywhere and you're like, whoa, Jesus. Grocery stores are like studio apartment sized in NYC. I think that your coworker is confusing grocery store and convenience store, but sure. Bodegas, yeah, that's what that is. But no, those aren't grocery stores. Those are like, I mean, we have those here, but we call them convenience stores. But like, we'll have like convenience markets as well, which are like bigger convenience stores, which just have more. Jess, hi. What I want to confirm. Convenience stores do not contain Jess. Jess, thank you very much for the raid. How is potion thingy? whatever that game's called. We're playing Dwarfs right now, but we're gonna swap games probably in about 10 minutes here. We're gonna be playing some Avorian on the Halcyon server. But what's up, everybody? Hi, just some old guy, Alistair, Frog for Hire, Infinity. Welcome, Raiders. It was a lot of fun. I don't understand what that game is. I will be honest. New emote hype. Ooh, what's this? Jess Yoink. Let's see if I have that. I need to refresh my stream to get it. In fact, the board's going to a convenience store. I mean, I changed a sentence mid-sentence. We're just talking about weird subreddits and falling in elevators. You know. And getting trapped in elevators. Because I got stuck in an elevator once for about 30 minutes when the power went out. One of the worst 30 minutes of my life. Fortunately, I was in the elevator with other people. So honestly, if I could go the rest of my life with never having to use an elevator again, I'd be okay with that. Chad, if you could go the rest of your life without ever having to do one completely normal thing, what is that and why? Chad unlocked an emote in the outro screen? Hell yeah. I mean, how much time do you have before like you hit your 1 month anniversary of being like, what day did you get partnered on? 'Cause you got like another 2 emotes in you, I think, before sleep. If you could, okay, fair. I mean, I was gonna think like say driving. Like if I could just teleport everywhere, that'd be pretty great. If I never had to be in a car on a highway again, I would be a very happy person. I hate being in a car on a highway. It's terrifying. Terrifying. I mean, if we get Halcyon frequency pop figures, Infinity, maybe you could theoretically. I mean, if they make Dr. Disrespect pop figures, maybe one day we'll be famous enough for that. Or if, you know, we could just get like supersonic highways underground everywhere. That would also work, right? I watched a video of them testing a supersonic tube underground, and it's literally just like there's like this weird contraption sitting there on a track, and then boom, it's gone. It's just like insta-gone. Are quirky and it's a lot of fun. I'd probably enjoy that game because I played this game called Red Strings Club, which has a mini game in it where all you do is you play like a 2D bartender thing, and you have to. Yeah, Musk is working on that, and like it's like a 2D bartender game, and you have to like make the right drink with the right all the right ingredients and shake stuff and pick stuff up and move it around. And that part was really fun. The part where I actually had to play the rest of the video game kind of sucked. I ended up not liking that game very much, but like. The actual drink making mini game was a lot of fun. October 7th. All right. I mean, I think you guys can unlock her like another emote or two, right? Right, Chet? It's like one more payday before you hit that. I hate highway driving because like not having depth perception, to me it looks like everything is about to collide at all times. Like. I don't mind being on the highway. No, Red Strings Club was just like had terrible character development. So it's like the characters did things that were just completely illogical from my perspective as somebody who was playing the game. So I felt that every single major decision was like, oh, this is just ham-fisted and weird and makes no sense for this character that I'm playing. And like it didn't do a very good job of like describing what the characters' relationships to each other was like, and then it like randomly ham-fists stuff into the middle where it's like, what? So it just wasn't very well done, I don't think. I know people love that game, but yeah, I didn't. There's one Cuphead stream too, so that'll be fun. Yeah, that too. Yeah, well, at least one. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure you guys will unlock another emote. You'll do that. I haven't unlocked an emote in over a year. So, and in order to unlock an emote, I need just a humble 700 sub points, which is like 300 emotes or 300 subs away or something. I need 700 sub points total, and currently I think I have like 450. I'd need to actually look at the number, but yeah, I don't mind driving on highways if there's no other cars around. But if I'm in a car and somebody's driving on a highway and there's cars around, I kind of want to look at the floor or close my eyes. Many tier 3. Yes, many tier 3. It was like New Year's Eve 2019 was the last time I unlocked emotes. Thanks, Spitalier. That's basically it. Find it less concerning than walking on a crowded sidewalk. I mean, as somebody who was homeless, I don't find homeless people even remotely concerning. So, I think people being a shit scared of homeless people is distressing, actually. Like, I've slept on those sidewalks before. They're not scary. They're just sad. Car can hit you. Car kill you when car hit you. Homeless guy can hit you. Sore head later. Car hit you, you dead. So, I don't know. It's all perspective, I suppose. Guys who have homes to run away to are way more scary. Yeah, and lawyers. Like, sheesh. Like the story that I told on my podcast the other day, which was the guy who I overheard talking in the record store to the record store owner after lining up and buying a whole bunch of very, very, very expensive records and spending like $1,500 on like 8 records. Walked up, stated that he was from the States, and the record store owner asked how he got up here, and he said, "Oh, I'm visiting family." He goes, "Wait, are the borders not open?" He goes, "No, I mean, since the pandemic started, the borders have been closed, and they've never really officially opened them unless you have a good reason to go across the border, like to visit family." And he's like, "Oh, huh, yeah, see, I missed most of the pandemic stuff because I spent most of 2020 in my vacation home in the Bahamas." This guy was like in his mid-20s. Yeah, but in a crowded sidewalk, you have a lot of witnesses, right? Anyway, I'm not going to argue this irrational fear of irrational fear. But now you feel sad, old, and pointless because some random dude who's like younger than me just stated that he missed most of the pandemic because he spent the most of that year in his vacation home in the Bahamas. Because I certainly feel like less of a human after hearing that, I'll be honest. Content feels pleasure after putting on an exceptional item and content after putting on a superior item. Hell yeah. Jess's dwarf is depressed again. We need to fix her. Also, chat, for your entertainment, I can read the description of Jess's dwarf. Jess's dwarf, personally, would have just as soon have nature and the great outdoors burned into ashes and converted into a great mining pit, and believes that little is better in life than a good party, views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and thinks that introspection is valueless and a waste of time, and that those who waste time in self-examination are deluded fools. Values tradition and values peace over war, and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this was realized. She is frequently depressed, and that's a mood, and finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Touche. She is unable to make decisions without a great deal of input from others, and is in a constant state of internal rage. She always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations and cracks easily under pressure. She finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding, though she wishes this were not the case, since she considers altruism foolish. She can be very happy and optimistic, and she forms strong emotional bonds with others, and at times to her detriment. She lives a slow-going and leisurely pace, and likes a little excitement now and again. She is conflicted by this because she considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she likes to brawl, though she is disturbed by this since she values quiet. And she at least in the abstract. She likes the concept of quiet in the abstract. Okay. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. Shame. And she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She is somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this since she values friendship. She is often nervous, and she is curious and eager to learn, and tends to make a small mess of her own possessions. And she's not particularly interested in what others think of her. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, like any good dwarf should. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Yeah, right? A wild Sassport? It's like, Jess as a dwarf. Also me. IRL. Back you were in Orlando, the Deeps was really hitting, and you would get in your car. When the Deeps was really hitting, you'd get in your car on the highway and drive and blast some tunes and just chill, you know? You know, honestly, that's my biggest sad about not being able to drive, Hobo, is like all of those people that would just get into their car and go for a drive during the pandemic, and I'm just like sitting here, and it's like people would tune in every day and they'd be like, yo, I just got back from like a 4-hour drive around town doing laps because I didn't want to be in my house anymore, and I'm just like, man, like I can't leave. No. That's what the duct tape is for. Or cram a sock in their mouth first. Stops him. Or, you know, just like swift thwack to the back of the head and knock them out. And then don't worry about the noise. It's great. I can drive deeper to the bottom of a bottle without a destination. But that's the only thing I can drive without a destination. Making statues, making shoes, all that stuff. Oh, hey, good news, chat. Volcano stream is live again. It went down for a bit. Hell yeah. If anybody wants a link to the volcano stream so they don't get mad at me, there's a link. It was down for a little bit. I'm really bad at golf, so anytime I drive, I have no idea where it'll end up. At least it'll be somewhere in range. Generally, when I golf, I don't even hit the ball. So, like, if you're actually managing to send it somewhere, you're doing better than me. High school gym class covered golf. You must have gone to a wealthy school. Or like gone to a school that was close to a group of people that really like funding kids to play golf. My grandma used to like taking me to the what's the word I was looking for here, which I completely lost the through line of. My grandma used to always like to take us to the driving range, but I don't know. I don't like golf. You know what used to be a bad neighborhood? Because usually those more expensive sports, if they're covered in schools, are usually just there because somebody has a grant or something. You know, I tend to agree. You want to know what's really fun? Actually, do some research, a Wild Sasspot, into professional mini golf and competitive mini golf, because they have like 50 different kinds of balls. It's true, with like different weights and different bounciness, and like there's balls that are like heavy on one side to like go around corners and stuff, balls that are weighted to like going in different. Your high school taught you to line dance? You went to a really cool high school. Also, it is springtime. Stone, are you still here? Did you go to sleep? Because it is early spring of the year 315. Chat, I'm sad. We're no longer in the year of pi. Because we were in 314 until about 2 seconds ago. Louisiana. Makes sense that it was in Louisiana. I don't know. I didn't go to school, so I did one computer class at the local high school, and the rest of the time I was homeschooled. So I got to build robots as part of school. That was pretty cool. Caveman crafting was found dead. Died of old age. Rest in peace, caveman crafting. Was a good dwarf. Caveman crafting, I think, was my broker, wasn't he? Yep, was my broker and bookkeeper. Well, Ghost, you're getting a... You are getting a new job. You're going to become my broker in a second. You're going to say you hate it and then end up loving it? Line dancing is a shit ton of fun. So, like, I used to, my little sister used to be in a bunch of fiddling classes, like violin, and actually ended up teaching violin professionally for a little bit until moving on to new career paths. But she went to university for violin as well. But in her earlier years, she was part of various fiddling groups. And one of the things that they would do with us is they would line dance in the evening. I would also like bring random musical instruments that I owned and take part in the jam sessions, but never actually took any lessons for it because the lessons weren't really for me, and I didn't really give a shit about that stuff. And I could already play the musical instruments, so what did I care? Anyway, yeah, it was quite a bit of fun, like getting to learn how to line dance and do all that stuff, because it is actually quite a good workout and also quite a lot of fun. But most kids who get forced to line dance hate it for the first like 30 minutes, and then by day 4 they love it. All right, there's our tribute report. Yeah, I've done square dancing and line dancing. Both were fun. Both of those were fun. I smell burning. I'm assuming that's not my computer, because otherwise stream wouldn't be running. My window is open and my door is open, so there's definitely something burning outside. Uh-oh. It's fine. Someone's just burning their pork. Don't let the magic smoke out. I'm trying. There was a week where you got to try archery. I have a problem with archery in any kind of shooting. I'm right-handed, and I'm blind in my right eye. So my right eye doesn't work at all, and I'm right-handed. So anything that's like archery, you aim with your right eye. I can't see out of my right eye, so I have to shoot. If I'm doing archery, I have to go left-handed. And if I'm shooting, because I also did a class where I shot air rifles once. Again, I had to shoot left-handed, so I can't aim for shit because like in order to aim, I have to use the wrong hand. So unless I could have like a weird mirror contraption, I can't do it. You're in about the same boat. Yeah, I mean, like it's basically just if you can't aim out of the eye that you're supposed to use to shoot with your good hand, you're just kind of screwed. So I took like 2 archery classes once, and we basically had like a decision to make, which was either I shoot left-handed or never do archery again. And I decided to never do archery again because frankly I didn't give a shit about archery. Oh no, the volcano stream went down again. Boo. What does he use? One of those automatic targeting computers? aesthetically. I mean, yeah, but I'm sure he aimed with his eyes for like the majority of this person's. I'm sure this person aimed with their eyes the majority of their career, and then would stop aiming at a point. But it's not exactly a viable option to learn that way. That's like saying that the best pianist in the world doesn't look at the keys. It's like, sure, but I'll bet you they did when they learned. Forced yourself to shoot with your weak eye? I mean, at least you have a weak eye. Like, it might, maybe it's like less good than your main eye, but it sounds like it's at the very least good enough that you can, you know, sort of function with it. Yeah, they also, there's been videos going viral recently about self-aiming bows. Oh, that's Stevie Wonder? Yeah, but Stevie Wonder was blind. So, like, that's a different thing. Also, Stevie Wonder was a musician, not a competitive archery person. Archerer? Archerer. Why am I having a hard time saying archerer? Absolutely. I mean, it's a learning handicap for a musical. And apples and oranges. Bad comparison on my part. I'm sorry I made it. I don't think that's the technical term, but we'll roll with it, Banana. But anyway, the elves have arrived to trade. We've lost a bunch of dwarves today. It's been kind of tough. We had to expel one as well for killing their sister, and it's been tough. But we will pick up Longdeath again tomorrow because it is time for us to save and for me to jump over to some Avorion. So let's go play some Avorion. But if you're here specifically for DF related things, anybody else streaming DF? There's a ton of people. Actually, the one person I know off this list is Gnomebitten. Gnomebitten's playing some dwarves. There's a few other names I recognize, but Gnomebitten's the one I know the most. So if you want to just watch more dwarves, go watch Gnomebitten. An archerist, yes. So now I just need to set up Avorion. So I've never played Avorion before, so I'm expecting you guys to backseat me, yeah? And also, if you own Avorion, Evil Trick is running a server on his Nitrado server for the Halcyon Frequency Discord, which can be found there. So if you're subscribed to me or any other member of Halcyon Frequency, you can just go join it if you want. And I'm going to close this, close that. Neither.